Hey, yes. In 1 minute and 10 seconds, we're gonna restart officially. How you feeling? How was the coffee break? Very nice. More we go on, and more non-formal we become. Um, Point here. Please. Hello again, and welcome again to the ICSE conference for the ones that are following on the streaming platform and for the ones here in presence after a short but I hope effective coffee break in terms of speaking. Well, we are back again, and slowly we're gonna be more non-formal, and now we have a session, session number 5A, Business Models for Resilience, Implication for the Sports Sectors. Full Professor Domenico Dentoni for Montpellier Business School, France, is going to be here to inspire us. Couple of words about Professor Dentoni. I know him since 20 years. He's somehow linked with some of our organizations. He has outstanding academic career, still ongoing. But he is also one of these academic persons that is very into the reality. And I'm not saying that all academics are not. I'm just saying that he is very much into finding bridge and studying organizational models. He will tell more about what is the link with sport, but is also here to give us an out-of-the-box contribution. And well, Domenico, benvenuto a casa tua, sei di Roma. And welcome to ICSE conference.
Thank you so much, Roberto, and good morning, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Perfect, wonderful. Dear Roberto, I need to correct you. In fact, we know each other now by 23 years, so amazing to keep working and enjoying with you. And good morning, everybody. I look forward to have a brief and insightful conversation with you despite the distance. Sorry for not being there in my beloved Rome, but I'm connecting from Montpellier today. So we don't have much time to delve into this topic, but I hope it fits well with the sequence and the ideas that you're sharing in this conference day. And we'll discuss mostly about how we think sport and education relate with topics of resilience. Resilience being, arguably one of the main important, the most important themes of our era, both because of the social and the ecological crisis and stresses that we are, of course, all living in today's world. And we think that business models can do something in relation to how we resile to the difficult times that we have in the present and ahead. So I only have one slide, and then I hope we'll have time for a little bit of discussion or insights, shared insights into this. The slide that you see in front of you is basically a classic cycle that refers to that is at the core of panarchy theory developed by Olling in the 70s to describe especially how ecological organisms resile and cope with adversity. And the example that Olling was giving in the 70s have to do with a forest that needs to recover from wildfires. Okay, so the cycle here, the sort of infinite cycle that you see here, is a process of resisting, recovering, and adapting to an adversity. From the 70s to today, 50 years after, this framework has been applied so much, not just to ecological phenomena, but also and especially to social phenomena connected with ecological phenomena. So translated to a community or societies where we live in, we can think of a continuous cycle we are in when we cope with adversities, both collectively, but also individually, if you think about it, in terms of being stressed and and going through crisis, as you can see on the right side of this slide. And then when we think about going through crisis collectively in our community, in our society, we face a phase where the crisis either brings us together and make us more cohesive or breaks us apart. Okay, you can think, for example, of what happened in all our villages, cities, neighborhoods, or national and internationally with something like COVID, or the recent wars that we are being exposed to, and with all the ripple effects happening worldwide. After the phase of crisis, there is a part where somehow we are making sense of what happened as a collective, and we go through adaptation and transformation. This again brings us either more together or tears us apart as collective, and then this prepares us for future plausible situations of stress and crisis. So while this cycle is quite established in multiple literatures, in theory, and applied in practice at policy level in multiple contexts, one important question that many of you entrepreneurs or with an entrepreneurial spirit are often asking, and this is a question that I also ask myself a lot, is basically every time that we develop a business model, okay, for example, in sport or in education or the many forms in between that I know many of you are exploring or really implementing. Well, a question is, well, how are we creating value and trying to capture it at the same time? Creating value usually means, creating something that is valuable for the ones around us, the society we live in. At the same time, of course, capturing part of that value, at least to survive and, and self-sustain ourselves as we do that. So one way that we can look at business models, and we discussed this a lot in one of our paper here, that you can click with your phone if you want to know more in relation to resilience, is that once we create a business model, often we do that by bridging actors and recombining resources in our environment in order to make our communities, our societies more resilient. And what I would like to discuss with you in particular is the role that sport and education and anything in between can have to basically connect the business models that we are developing, how we build partnerships to create value for others and for ourselves in relation to the crisis, and how we cope with the crisis that we are facing, that we could plausibly face in the future. So 4 aspects to reflect with you about this is business models, things about sport and education in particular, well, can help us to bring us together. It's a form of connecting, especially as our societies are trying to recover from past crises and shocks. It can be a way of restarting. Okay, once we see that a community was torn apart by a crisis, sport can be a way of bringing people together. You can think in terms of also memorials, of way of reconnecting in multiple ways, and education can do similar tasks. And I'm really interested to reflect with you about how that can do that as well. But business models in this area can also help us to prepare for future plausible crises and sources of stress. So, both sport and education can prepare us to cope for future shocks. And then after shocks happen, can be a form of solidarity in many ways. So while I leave it purposively more generic and theoric with you, I would be very interested to discuss concrete examples, ideas that you have in this domain, and of course, always considering ways of co-investing, not just in terms of policy opportunities, such as, for example, at European level, but also in terms of developing business models together, as we constantly do in our territory and beyond. So that's it from my side, and I look forward to, if you, I pass the ball back to Roberto, and
thank you, Domenico. As I
or...
was saying, stay with us, please. As I was saying, you are an academic person that has also capacity of go a lot into reality. One slide, all the research field, they are there. So systematic approach and sustainability and so on. So anyone interested here in this field can, okay, business model, business and society, value creation and capability by bridging actors, and all of this that you were saying brings me to include and interact someone here in the room. Maybe there is some questions coming. Yes.
Thank you, thank you. I'm Christo Velkov, I'm with Special Olympics. Thanks a lot for this fantastic presentation where you summarize everything on one slide. Business models applied to sport. My question is the other way around. How business learns from sport? What research, do you know what research has been done there? We know how some sports clubs have their specific philosophy, some are more structured, some are more fluid, some invest in succession differently than others. And can businesses learn from the tacit culture, from the DNA of sports clubs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a wonderful question. It's as Roberto knows, I'm not that expert on sport per se, but I'm what I know is that from business management and in general social sciences, the way we see sport is it's very much as something that connects us with being resilient. So one thing that we know from sport is that sport requires resilience all the way through. And through sport, we transform ourselves, both physically and mentally and anything in between, as groups, in terms of group sports. So the adaptive cycle that you see here displayed in terms of resilience, okay, is something that you can just zoom in into one sport performance, no matter if you're thinking about like running 100 meters or playing a rugby match or anything in between. Actually, you go through crises, stresses, and the need of adapting your strategy personally and as a team constantly during the effort. So that is something that, of course, inspires, in my view, current and future business at multiple levels. You can think both as a manager, as an employee, as mid-manager, and as an organization as a whole, as you need to adapt. There is plenty of things that you can learn, not just metaphorically, but also pragmatically, materially, from engaging in sport.
Domenico, thank you very much. I know that sport is not your field of expertise, but here we are thinking out of the box and everything that is connecting sport with business, tourism, events, sustainability, resilience. was a word that was mentioned, is maybe one of the key words, that one of the first ones that I hope our social media team is starting already to post. Something relating to the conference. So now is actually my moment. Nobody's. Yes, but I think we have a limited time. There is time for another question? If there is time for another question, Domenico, are you still with us?
Yes, if you want me to be with you, I'm totally with you.
Very good. I know how precious is time for you. So thanks for this additional 5 minutes. Don't worry, you are taking the time from me. So we're gonna finish this conference at 7 p.m. probably. Okay, so questions from the plenary room here?
Okay, my question is, we use the same approach about resilience, my approach in sport tourism, and your approach of business model and sports. My question is, why in sport the business model of resilience is a few applicated?
It's a very good question, really. I think mostly it's not that that applied because the disciplines historically they don't talk too much. You know, the way our knowledge and our universities and in general how knowledge flows across sectors and departments, it's weird. It's extremely cut apart. Okay. And so, for example, it's exactly events like the one that you are organizing that brings us different communities of knowledge and of practice together. And I think, in my view, the more we start feeling some ecological and social pressures in our reality, the more we are, I think, positively pushed to think across these boundaries, because we have to, right? We need to understand really what sport and means for our society in multiple ways, how it needs to interconnect with tourism, education, and really make our communities and society better, especially in an era where we are more and more polarized, despite the fact that that we are so interconnected with technology.
Okay.
So very good point.
Thank you, and congratulations for your presentation.
Thank you, Domenico. I own your beer for these 5 additional minutes with us. Thank you very much. So, isn't it getting more dynamic? Yeah? Do you like it more? For the young people? Very good. So, now is my presentation. Sorry, guys, I'm monopolizing, but it's gonna be last one. There is a video that might start me while I'm talking. And well, with no audio, is just a video that is putting images more or less about our entrepreneurial journey with NGO and as well NGO Nest Berlin. So two of the main organizers of this conference. So you can see something that explains with images what we do. But beside that, you will station. This mic, I think, has some problem. Any case. It's coming another one. Thank you. Okay, as you can see, social entrepreneurs, we are always thinking about new ideas. So my story is very simple. I am son of European projects. I've been, together with Maria, we created the organization 15 years ago. We are now in more than 150 projects because we had ideas, vision, dreams, and a lot of persistence and resilience, as we were saying before. So I never imagined to become in a way academic, and my entrepreneurial journey brought me to be an educator with non-formal education, and non-formal education help us a lot also in terms of managing our staff, our fantastic staff in the office in Sassari and as well in Berlin. Then, certain moment of my life, I discovered this so-called education through sport methodology, which is basically the combination of non-formal education and sport, and a tool to use sport for education, for social change, for inclusion, for whatever you want to use it. So now I came to another phase of my life where basically we are thinking about a new idea, a new project. So I'm here for the first time presenting it. It's an entrepreneurial idea. You are the first audience that is going to listen to this. And it's also interconnected with the ICSE concept, the ICSE conference, and all this wonderful group of people that I hope is going to continue the path. Okay? Yes, we do have a boat in Sardinia, and we do have a lot to do with education through sport, sailing. Okay, so now my presentation is Compits, the ultimate ETS community for a new entrepreneurial journey. I hope now we can start. Okay, here I am. Here I am. Okay, so I think in the room should be present Paolo Menescardi, because I'm not alone in this. And we are starting with the idea that there is an ETS community, meaning there are people that are working with this methodology since 20 years and more, and this community has only to be structured and to generate impact business on people, business in general, for the people that are working in the sector. So this more or less is what I was saying before. Here, and I was a trainer with using education through sport. Here is where I had my PhD final dissertation, and my dissertation was about the impact of education through sport. In that case, to shape and to enhance competencies as sport managers for migrants. So, from non-formal, the path became now in research and academic field. For you to explain better, education through sport is an approach that uses sport and physical activities as a means to achieve educational goals beyond the scope of traditional classroom setting. It integrates the values, the principles, skills inherent to sport to promote holistic learning and personal development. That's us by definition. Can you help me with this, please? Thank you. Because we need, it's a teamwork, yeah? So this person is Paolo Menescardi. I think he's present in the room. Or just he went out, he escaped. We are together in this, and we would like to invite you to follow us, maybe, and to help us in this entrepreneurial journey. So overall, education through sport seeks to harness the inherent power of sport as a tool for holistic education, promoting personal development, social inclusion, and a nurturing of life skill essential for success. So you can use these competencies and this methodology in so many ways to achieve your goals. You can read here all you can do, and there is a lot about community, there is a lot about aspirational learning, inclusivity, life skills. It's a flexible learning environment. I don't know, is anyone has an idea, had experience with this kind of projects here? Come on, some of the team here can raise your hand. Oh, you did? Very good. Okay, just to go a bit theoric, education for, by, and through sport. For sport is what is happening over there. There is a coach teaching, coaching athletes. And this is the why, the specific objective, the approach, the aim, and the outcome. You can have Guardiola, that is coaching, and is also philosopher, and is teaching also some values in life to the players, I guess. But this is not the purpose of this education for sport. By sport is what we can call the grassroots sport. So it's for the society, for the wellness of the society. So the so-called grassroots organization, they are doing this for the whole society. And true sport is something that was in a way created with the combination with non-formal education. Very good. What do we aim to do with the COMPITS project? We would like to codify the methodology, gain recognition for the methodology from EU, gather all educational materials and contents developed in recent years, bring visibility to results of those projects, explore all possible application of the methodology in various contexts, create a community that can grow over the years. Actually, the community is already existing. We need to gather together these people with a common aim, establish legitimacy and advocates of this methodology at the international level, and propose educational and training services using this methodology. Yeah, that is the newborn logo. And see, okay. So competence framework in general is a structure that identifies and organizes the skills necessary to achieve certain objectives. We would like to do something and standardize, codify, validate, and every verb I use can be debatable and can be seen as too ambitious or too, I don't know, impossible or whatever. But in our mind, when applied to the context of sport and education, a competence framework might define the physical, cognitive, social and emotional abilities of individuals developed through participation in this methodology and these programs. So we're going to start with a community, a platform, a website, people together, annual meetings. It's already happening. There are so many projects in Erasmus Plus support, to be very concrete, that are using this methodology. They are testing this methodology. They are producing contents, research, academic papers, starting also this flow, and training format using this methodology. So we're going to start recognize what we do and trying to enhance the quality of what we are doing through this methodology. Yes, the future is here in this slide. We are giving shape to it. And you can just go on with the slide, because I think this is just what we want to do, and this is maybe not the moment to go through all of this. I want just to explain a little bit better on how we're going to generate the revenue. You go on. Yes, you can just scroll, go on. There are other 15 slides. I promise to be on time. But when we have a platform, when we have a community, when we have the same vision, we can do all these things that you see there. Licensing, partnership, training, format that can be shared, and gathering all materials, research. I think there is a potential that is there to be explored and to be... Paolo, do you want to add something? Can I give you the mic to end my presentation? Because we are together in this. Come on, Paolo on stage. Applause.
What do you want me to say, Roberto? So, hello everybody, I'm Paolo Menescardi from Italy, Lorma. I will be one of the speakers also this afternoon. And yeah, so it's something that we are starting together. The idea is to combine, or trying to combine always the let's say, business side with the social impact of what we are doing. We saw that education through sport is a very recognized and spread methodology, but we think there is something that is missing. There's a gap, and we are trying to fill that gap in order to create something valuable for us, for our organization, and Europe in general. So this is a very ambitious idea, but I think we have all the tools and the possibility to do it, and we have already started. So, yeah.
Feel free to join. Thank you, Paolo. It's important. That's how you can contact us. If anyone linked to research and university is interested to develop something and analyzing the impact of this methodology, we are also at your disposal. If anyone is interested in anything related to training, people, young people, whatever target you have in mind, we are at your disposal. And I believe that my time is over, right?
Yes.
So thank you for attention. I promise I won't talk till 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Roberto and Paolo, to give us an insight with this new, entrepreneurial journey that is just started and actually was just launched here. We have the next contribution, Dr. Mohammed Farouk, which is linked actually with entrepreneurial mindset. And his intervention is about entrepreneurial integration and sport digitalization. Farouk, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you crystal clear, but
Perfect.
now we can see you also.
All right.
Okay. You can start.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Good noon, everyone. I am so honored to be here as a part of this amazing initiative that is working on amalgamation of different knowledge fields. I am Muhammad Farooq. I am currently in Yashar University, Turkey. I'm from Pakistan, so I bring you the multicultural perspective as well to the same domain. Like I bring you Asia, Eurasia, and of course, I had some opportunities to be in Europe and work with some startups relating to entrepreneurship and sports. And plus, my forte is sustainability and digital business model. So I'll do my best to wrap it up really faster. And I would not go ahead without thanking the amazing initiative by Ms. Maria, Mr. Roberto, Sir Volkan from Izmir, Mr. Jonas, who was working day in and night out, Guelo, who was working constantly with us. And next conference, we are expecting you to be in Izmir, Turkey, and we'll do our best to support this mission. So entrepreneurship and digitalization in sports, there's some facts. I'll start off with a small quote. What is the link with sustainability, digitalization, and then our topic? As we witness the digital transformation of sport, one must ponder how can we ensure that progress on field that aligns with the sustainability goals off the field. So we are trying to use our progress on the field to apply it on our sustainability goals off the field. So I'll try to inculcate why it's related to our conference, our capacity development, financial aspects, financial inclusion, multi-stakeholder partnerships, and tech and trade. So why this topic is important, we should know that there is a digitalization surge in it. Our global sports technology has reached to 31.1 billion by 2024, and it is one of the highest growing industry with a rate of 20.4%. Our digital sports content market alone is estimated to surpass by $160 billion in 2025. And sustainability in sports, if you see, the growth rate is expected to go above 15%. And the companies who are working on sustainability in sports, they saw the increase in 25% in their sales. So there is an aspect where wherever people, and at least they hear sustainability in sports, they go for it. And intersection of digitalization and sustainability, we can see that collaborative effort between tech startup and sustainable sports have increased 35% in innovative solutions. And it ranges from carbon neutral events to eco-friendly sports equipment. So this is a diverse field and it's growing by leaps and bounds. And the integration also resulted in 22% reduction in operational costs. So there's a misconception that when you go environmentally friendly, your cost goes up. So it's completely wrong, and I would say biased. Plus, the fan engagement has increased double. Like especially in COVID times, we saw digitalization increase the fan engagement, and it has increased by 40% over the year. And we see the virtual augmented reality and these technologies have also projected a market value of 5.2 billion by 2023 when we talk. So this digital augmented reality, these technologies have certainly had a big impact. And of course, the emerging market opportunities are huge, especially Asia Pacific, where the growth rate was 25%, and it is expected to reach 2.3 billion last year. So, what are the important organizations that are linked to our work? And I would request us to ponder upon it and maybe for the future partnership. There's one global sustainable sport which offers you the reporting standard of global sport. It enlists 800 organizations which are working on sports and sustainability. And then there's one funded by Microsoft Global Sports Innovative Center, which is working on new technology, education, trainings. And then Techstar, it is working on athletes' data. And then Sports Environment Alliance, it's working on sustainability in sports and digitalization. It is open to partnerships. And then Athletes of the World, it works on the sustainable nutrition and sustainable education of all athletes around the world. And then BASIS, the British Association for Sustainable Sport, is working by leaps and bounds and is integrating sports, digitalization, and technology. So these are few that we can possibly work with in the future. As Professor Roberto also told that we are trying to expand. So I think these would be some cornerstone for our expansion policy. So how can we know that we are sustainable or not? There are some standards as well that are set by United Nations Development Goals plus Global Sustainable Reporting Standards. There are few aspects that if you can see besides them, for example, the participation, the people, planet, the profile, what is your profile in media, your global good green image, the prosperity, and the bodies. When I say bodies, I talk about them. So there are some certifications when we talk about sustainability that can be ascertained and obtained. So the new certifications are also coming up when we talk about global sustainability in digitalization sports. Um, since we are in Rome, so I had the opportunity to study a little bit about the Italian digital sports market, which is one of the highest in Europe. So we can say 48% of Italian consumers between 16 and 65, they prefer digitalization in sports. 56% of the consumers are familiar with esports. 46% of the consumers have responded to esports positively. 27% of them, they watch esports and they're ready to learn more about it. And they are regular connected users. When we talk about startups, the top startups, which is my field as well. So I had the chance to study a little bit about Italian, Turkish, and Pakistani startups. So I could find really interesting insight. Zencobel, for example, the sustainable startup in Italy that is working on sports education and sustainable wearable sports equipment. Then ACID Sports startup, which is called LinkedIn for Athletes, that is connecting athletes around Italy and Europe to share their experiences and to learn how they can be more sustainable. And then Sporondo, it is Turkish-based startup working on the same lines. And then Human Art, Global Sport in Pakistan, and NUtrack. Just to let you know, we in Pakistan are more interested in cricket, so they're digitalizing cricket. This startups work in that. And how business model of digital transformation in sports work. Actually, they're focusing now on more data analytics. The fan interaction has increased and multiplied. More application that engage fan with what's happening in the stadium. When I say in the stadium experiences have changed. There are more digital stadium experiences. There are more smart stadium concepts that are running in the world. Esports, I have to be quick, otherwise we could have gone in detail. And then safety, your data protection and safety. So what was it like in the past? There were a lot of hierarchy in the past. If you see, there were a lot of directors when we talk about the digital sports model, which is replaced by more internal side. When we talk about internal, we say shareholder coordination, we talk about channel coordination, we talk about content coordination. So web, social, and mobile, they three have come together to form your digital, sustainable, entrepreneurial sports model. So why should we go for a digital transformation in sport? Statistics actually support this claim. It was falling a lot for NFL in the US, especially in attendance. So since they changed, they saw huge incline and increase in numbers. When we talk about sponsorships and financial sustainability, since finance is also one leg of sustainability, we see huge increase in profit of sport and digitalized applications. So it has surpassed the normal audio and the normal TV experiences. People prefer using their mobile to be engaged with sports. It's transforming how people work. They're using blue chipping talent, elite trainings, many roles of one team, proper ownership. We are talking about bringing businesses progress into digital age. When we talk about it, we use data integration, we use core infrastructures and services, we use customer enhanced experiences, project management, product development, customer management in a better way. So ushering a new digital technology era, we talk about microservices for the architectures of sports. We talk about standardized customer data models. So these are few aspects when we usher in new digital technology we see these days. The digital commons, the omni-channel marketing for the sports brand. So what could be the principle of success when we talk about digitalization and entrepreneurial aspects in sports? We have to be digital everywhere. We have to allow our consumers and customers to dictate their digital experiences by themselves. So it's a two-way communication. We avoid big bang implementation. We go step by step. Of course, the world is ushering into new paradigm shift of digitalization and sustainability. But still, the regular sports viewer would not digest the sudden digitalization. So we have to generate new revenue. I will add this and link this with the point of what Professor Roberto made. We can start selling data. We can start trading information. We can sell personal device ID data on some interesting insight exchange. The media activation based on customer contextual data. I also had the chance to compare Pakistan, Turkey, and Italy when we talked about digitalization in sports. So we see the emergence of esports in Pakistan. We are a little bit behind the sports market. We're more, we can say, traditional sports market, but now our e-commerce, the e-sports data shows that we are really developing and pondering upon it. We are trying to do digital fan engagement in cricket. Cricket is a game that is highly loved and actually worshipped in Asian part of the world. We are doing more online sports education platform where athletes are connected to give online lectures. We are more sustainable initiative towards cricket venues. We are trying to have more sustainable cricket venues. When I had the chance to see about Italy and compare it with Pakistan, Italy has
Farouk?
more heritage and cultural integration. It has more Series A digital fan communities. It has more fashion brands coming into digital sports. It has more tech innovation in sports sciences. Turkey is
Excuse
more
me,
digital
Farouk.
transforming in football.
Can you hear
Sorry?
me? Someone has to do the backup. In this case, is me. I'm the timekeeper. So I kindly
All
invite
right,
you
I
to
will just
come up
go
with
ahead.
a conclusion because unfortunately, we have a schedule to
All right.
respect. Although really appreciate the contribution also to hear, what's happening on the other side of the world, not just here in Europe.
All right. Okay. Just wrapping it up, Turkey is more towards extreme sports, and we can see the general trends here. So, lastly, what will happen in the future? Immersive fan experience, data-driven performance, starts setting blockchain in sports is a new concept, green sports and mentorship, and of course, the personal contact optimization. Thank you for so much for the time, and sorry for taking a little bit more time than I was designated. I hope that it didn't disturb a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Since it's an friends, I ask to come here in the stage Professor Kazimierz Waluch, who is going to offer us a new perspective based on traditional games and regional development.
It's working, yeah. Buongiorno a tutti. Good afternoon, everyone. I will speak in English because of our international audience. So I am really satisfied. I'm really glad that I can share with you some information about traditional sports because we are talking about modernity, we are talking about the future, but we can talk about future using also traditional sports. It's also sports, it's also fantastic physical activity. So I would like to present you traditional sports and games in the perspective of regional development is really important, because talking about traditional sports, you can talk about also business, you can talk about social elements, business elements, of course, technological elements. So I understand development as a combination of terms socio and economics. So we told about we have to be aware that this approach, socio-economic approach, can manifest itself in an increase of the quality of life of the society, regional or local society, of course. So the development of the region is a combination of some factors. We told about it. So the social level, the economical level, and environmental level. So included also technical and technological progress also. So this combination is a little bit specific. So in my opinion, it creates some special situation that I call it special order. Special order. Special order. Why? Because is a state of arrangement of various forms and functions, enabling optimal functioning of the economy of society in a specific space, characteristic and unique for this space. And what is important? It is important that in any case, is a social level. So even if we are talking about business, business is a part of a social life. So business carry out the results in the social environment. So in this case, you have to remember that that this regional development involve an activity of local communities, activating local pro-development attitudes, and creating social institution involved in this development. Here you have an example. I don't know if you can see really good. You have an example of the Azerbaijan traditional sport is a shokvan, national sport. So the basic measure should be the use of the social called indigenous factors. Indigenous, it means unique and specific for this region, for this place. So those having their source within the community. Here you have the race of yak in Nepal. So cultural resources are one of the most important elements of the regional development based on indigenous resources. As I said indigenous, it means local and typical and unique for this resource. Duzuk Piao is a traditional sport from north of China. So heritage, we can talk about tangible and intangible heritage, of course, but sometimes regional development is connected with tangible heritage. But as I said in my opinion, what is the really important to highlight the role of this intangible heritage. So what is a intangible heritage? It is the history of place, and history of people who live in this place. It determines identity. Cultural identity is a basic for the development, each form of development, especially regional development, based on the indigenous factors. So, which in turn is respectable for the integration of the local community and mobilized for common activity. Here, I am not sure if you could see it. Is a lelo, is a ball game from Georgia. So the heritage of intangible heritage can include rites, rituals, customs, method of farming, if you want, and producing objects, method of cultivating land, of breeding, producing works of artistic value, as well as musical, dance, verbal folklore, of course. You can add here, for example, language. You can add here, for example, science. You can add religion also, and you can add also physical activity. Yeah, you have an example here, the sbandieratori di Orte. I don't know if you know what it is, but it's fantastic examples of the local activity. They promote the value of this region. But the barrier of the use of cultural resources in the region development is often low awareness of their importance. Here you have Vierlepen, is from Netherlands, is a traditional the method to crossing the canal. So, but now is a sport activity, of course. The other barrier is a non-economic nature of traditional sports, because it's not economy. But I will show you is really extremely important also for this economic aspect of development. So local cultural resources, intangible heritage, can analyze for positive change, can create new workplaces, can also be factor of economic and social development, especially from point of view this integration of local society. This awareness of the value of cultural resources and their multi-directional use in the regional development process is really, really important. Here you have an example of Goumier from Martinique. From Martinique is a traditional sailing here. Is also really, really interesting. So social capital should become an opportunity both to protect cultural heritage and to use it as a pro-development resource. Here you have Escaramuza from Mexico. So what are the most popular forms of cultural heritage use? Especially, I'm talking about intangible heritage, so about traditional sports. So the most popular form is, of course, tourism. You have here an example of a museum in Almunia La Godina, so near of Zaragoza in Spain. Is a museum of traditional sports, very rich, very interesting. So if you plan to go to Zaragoza, for sure you should go there. You should go there. So we are aware of this. My organization created the website about traditional sports, of course. You have your address, traditionalsports.org. And inside we have, for example, a calendar of TSG events in the world, TSG Traditional Sports and Games. So we created this calendar on May, and I should express you I was so surprised how many travel agencies use this calendar for planning travel programs. And they call me sometimes, they send me a message, okay, thank you, we use this calendar for supplement our programs, tourist programs. I don't know if you are aware, but from May till to today, we've put here more than 800 events of traditional sports. Next year will be, I think, 2,000 at least. So next using of cultural heritage is traditional production. So you can say me, okay, but what is it connected with traditional sports? Is an example, Italian example, Lancio di Maiorchino. I don't know if you know, but Novara di Sicilia, is the south of Sicily. You have this tradition Lancio di Maiorchino, and I told with the president of association that promote Lancio di Maiorchino, and he told me that number of customers of this cheese formaggio is growing every time because of popularity of Lancio di Maiorchino. So you should be aware that traditional sports is not a past. It's something what give us today something really new for our regional and local development. So if we appreciate it, if we can see some possibilities, we can find it, and it is an example of Italy. Another example, Italian example, sorry for this Italian example, but we are in Italy, is the Verona Toccati Festival that you know for sure. So omitting various aspects of culture, in my opinion, may lead to, firstly, alienation of individuals and communities, dangerous phenomena of social disintegration, and as a consequence, weaken the pace and scale of development of a region. So, conclusion. Cultural heritage is a resource, not a problem. Sometimes we are looking for heritage as a problem, you know, for the money, for maintaining, for these things. But if we change our way of thinking, we can find really fantastic possibilities to use it as a factor of development. And an example is, of course, traditional sports. Creativity develops due to the awakening of cultural needs. It's clear. Culture creates the possibility of choice. So, okay, I appreciate football, I appreciate volleyball, but if you have a choice, you can develop yourself in a different way. So if it is your choice, shows different ways of satisfying needs and different patterns, different models, especially the models of behavior and models of value, for example. Here you have course londaise, is from the south of south of France, Gascony, south of France. So other idea, so that various elements of heritage should be combined. So to be interesting, should be combined, and we should use information technologies, new technology to promote it. So it's maybe a little bit crazy to think about it in this way. But to promote traditional sport, we have to be modern as possible. So we have to use new technologies to promote our value, elaborated by years, by generations. Here you have Golgo is from south of Cambodia. We created our platform of traditional sports. So I invite you to discover it, because we have a lot of information about traditional sport. We created also the first online encyclopedia of traditional sports, using new technologies, because in our opinion it's really important. You had Jogo do Pau is from Portugal. Here you have Fantasia from Morocco, and of course I invite you to join us in our social media, because it's not our social media now. It's a global project, and everyone in all the world is working to enrich it and to put more and more information. Now we are working with more than 60 partners from all the world, for all continents. And it's a real global network just now. To finish my short speech, I would like to summarize by this idea that's in my opinion is really important. Culture should be understood as a creative and innovative sector. It's a little bit difficult to understand traditional sport as an innovative sector, but it is. If we are able to find some elements that we can promote by traditional sports, we can find a solution in an economic level, in a social level, in an educational level, in every level that you want. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your attention, and and of course, if you have any question, I am at your disposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kazimieras, for giving us a different perspective. We come back to the hybrid mode. So we have the next speaker is going to be online. Unfortunately, he was supposed to be present here in Rome, but due to unexpected occurrence, he could not join us. So I have the pleasure to introduce you virtually Professor Michael Tanoglu, I hope. I really apologize for my bad pronunciation. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, can you hear us?
Thank you. Yeah, it's correct. Actually, yes, my surname is quite difficult for many people. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Of course, I thank everybody and the committees for having me. Unfortunately, I was not able to travel to Rome. My presentation is mostly related about some experiences and cases I know from Asia, because I have been in Asia for the last 8 years. I just moved to Europe recently. I'm Dr. Mikhail Toanoglu. I'm recently appointed in ESSEC Business School as a director of the Master in Hospitality Management, and also a professor here. So as I said, thank you again. I will try to be as quick as possible, because I know you are a bit late. So the topic is about how the countries of the Asian countries, the Asian group of countries, is a kind of collaborative platform of countries in the south region of Asia. And of course, they have a lot of policies and strategies about how to use sports and create this kind of sociocultural community and values about this. And we're going to see how they try to infuse equality and inclusivity in this initiative, speak about the physical education and well-being, which is part of their strategy, and of course, something that is related to heritage and their history and tradition. They have a lot of traditional sports and games that they try to integrate in the whole project. So just briefly to introduce that, the Asian member countries are part of the South Asia region, including the 5 Mekong region countries, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos, plus Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, and Brunei. And of course, since 2017, they're trying to align strategies with the Kazan action plan, which is something that is trying to enable sustainability and development goals through sports. And of course, they started to have a very strong partnership with neighboring countries and on creating cooperation dialogue. So we're going to see that they already have a kind of priority areas in their agenda, how to contribute to development and peace, promoting health and healthy lifestyle through participation, improving the capacity development, sports integrity, also to create awareness through sport activities and for sport tourism and in the sport industry, and of course mobilizing resources, engaging partners, and monitoring the whole development. So it's a very interesting initiative. They have, of course, some structures. There is a kind of senior community council coordinating the whole efforts, and there are some committees as consultants, official committee. But under this guidance, there is a big platform collaborative among various ministries, and we see that they have a lot of ministerial bodies across the different in the region. I mean, across the different ministries that are related with sports, with environment, with labor. So all these ministries are collaborating and finding ways to promote this project about bringing sustainability and focusing on the SDGs through sports. Additionally, as I said, a main key area of priority is to improve equality and inclusivity. And of course, they have annually this Asian Parasports Federation, who is having annual games. And of course, this is the main priority is to change any kind of negative stigma or discrimination related with people with disabilities. On top of that, of course, as I said, they had some kind of disruption during the COVID, but they started again, the para games started again. And of course, their challenge is also not only to create these games and repeat them, but also to engage as much as possible volunteers to share the same kind of values and expose this awareness to broader audience and engage them practically in that. Next, about the physical and education and well-being, of course, this is another core element of the project and is mostly related to physical education in different levels and the promotion of sports and how this is connected with well-being on a social level. Something that is very interesting for this region is that because of the history and the tradition, the heritage, they have a lot of not activities, but games and sports that are related with that history and heritage. And of course, they try to integrate this in the whole concept. So these games are revived in a very positive way, coming through the social awareness and try to engage as much as possible, not only the older generation, but also the young generations that they need to learn through that more about their tradition and their history and participate in this kind of activities. So this is a very interesting also initiative, and as I said, is covering the whole region, all ASEAN member countries, and of course through the dialogue, they try to always to improve and to integrate more elements related with tradition and heritage, sports and games coming from the past. Finally, I can say that there are still more developments. One of the latest developments is that they created a kind of sport development index. They try to monitor and measure how the impact from these projects, what kind of different positive changes are able to be monitored and measured, and in terms of health, well-being, improvement of personal skills, and finally, development on economic level. So this is a kind of brief about what happens in the South Asia region about how to integrate sports and any initiative around sports and tourism more close to the SDGs. Everybody now is aware about that, and we try to do different things in our sectors, even in tourism and hospitality. So yes, this is more or less the presentation. Thank you so much for having me here, and hope to see you next time face to face and being present to this interesting event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm wondering if you have any question coming from the room while we're waiting the other speaker that is getting a connection. Maybe, Casimiro, I know you feel really attached from that part of the world.
Thank you so much, Professor. I don't know if you heard me.
Yes, I hear you clearly.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was fantastic to hear you because you highlight also the role of traditional sports, of course. What do you think about the young generation? You told us that the countries of Asia are concentrated also to promote traditional sports between young people. How they do this? If it's effective or not?
Yes, the main tools they use is through education, through activities that are creating some attractive, activities that are engaging the young generation in a way, not only just to bring them back the history and the tradition, but also to create some, let's say, modern and support some modern needs and expectations from the young generation. Of course, we try to mix the heritage, the history, with the current needs of the generation. Of course, in Asia, we have different cultural elements that always are considered seriously when you try to activate and bring these policies on the ground and in an effective and efficient way. So I believe in these countries there are some similarities, some common kind of cultural elements. So I believe on this level, they are able through this collaboration on a ministerial level, especially through education and socio-cultural activities, to engage them as much as possible. It's a good progress. And I know personally, because I had a lot of students in Asia and in Korea coming from Uzbekistan, and I know they're very active and they feel very proud about their tradition and their heritage and their history. And I don't think it's quite difficult to engage them if you have the right strategy.
Yeah, for them it's a really important element of education in the primary
Yeah.
school, for example, and they are able to reorganize, for example, sepak takraw as a old game, as a new game.
Yeah.
So they have new leagues, new competitions
Exactly.
in the modern
Exactly.
rules and modern
More
style.
modern version.
Yeah, modern version.
Yes.
So it's a good, fantastic examples to show how we can use the traditional sport as a tool of education and at the educational level, for example. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we move to. Can you hear me? Okay. To another speaker, Professor Erdogan Ekiz, which is going to give us a Central Asian perspective. One of the main aim of ICSE conference is exactly the one to give a perspective from all over the world. So we are collecting different perspective from literally all the continents. And this is gonna give us 360 perspective in how sports is important, and this boostering, you know, sometimes is also a vehicle for regional development or also to empower tourism in some decentralized area of the world. All right, I think that Professor Erdo online.
Yes.
Just, okay, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Perfect. We can hear you crystal
Hi,
clear.
everyone.
So.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erdogan. I am the founding dean of Tourism and Hotel Management School in Central Asian University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. First of all, thank you very much for organizing such a impactful, such a timely event, and kindly inviting me as well. I will do my best to, within the 10 minutes allocated time, to share a little bit of background. I don't claim to be expert in sports tourism, but since I'm living in this region for a very long time, and I am a tourism professor, I thought put this together, learn a little bit more, and I'm sharing a very introductory level of SWOT analysis, just to give a discussion and some insights from Uzbekistan and from this area. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. You are among the most respected experts in the area. So very briefly, what I will do is I will use Uzbekistan as a sample, work my way around Asia, and if I am missing out anything, Michael or anyone living in this region can update. I don't think we need to define sports tourism, but one of the reasons why people travel from point A to point B, spend their well-earned money, is getting more and more important. With the technology and transportational facilities, it's getting more and more important. No need to focus on this definition. Issues. But is it important? Yes, it is projected to be $1.8 billion globally sport tourism market, according to Allied Market Research, forecast for 2030. Regionally and by product, when it is investigated, Europe and football is leading. By type, domestic, and category-wise, we are focusing on the high spenders. But let's focus on Asia. Asia sport tourism in Asia is rapidly growing because of the population, because of different sports, different experiences, and unique nature of having a large continent with lots of diverse landscape and traditions is creating more opportunities for sports tourism to flourish. again, Asia's rich sporting heritage and diverse culture is affecting that. What is getting more important these days, marathons, triathlons, and adventure runs are getting more and more popular. Sports team vocations are, especially in China, having such a huge domestic tourism potential. Inter-regional and international tourism competitions is getting more and more popular. Of course, there are big players like Tokyo, Seoul, Bali, Bangkok, and Singapore, respectively organizing and hosting Asian Games, Tokyo Olympics, Formula One Grand Prix, AFC Cup, Asian Cup. These are the more well-known and more popularized tourism events. However, Himalayan tracks, whitewater rafting, rock climbing, skiing, snowboarding, scuba diving in Southeast Asia, amazing. And when we talk about tradition, I don't look like one, but I am black belt in Taekwondo. One of the things that I really want to do is going to Kukkiwon in South Korea, the location of Taekwondo. Of course, this is true for China, Kung Fu, Japanese Karate, and Yoga of India. So these are amazing Asian possibly destinations and events. But when it comes to Uzbekistan, sport tourism in Uzbekistan is subject comparatively a new type of tourism, being located in the central point of Silk Road. It has always been a route for commerce and tourism, but more and more sports tourism activities are becoming important for Uzbekistan. And a couple of interviews I did with the hotel managers, government officials, and some good old reading indicated that these are the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities of Uzbek sports tourism. And the strengths part is rich cultural heritage. It is not only the event or sports race attracts people, the whole tradition behind that is always a strength for any destination. Diverse landscape, from the deserts to the mountains, from skiing to river rafting, everything but the sea is available in Uzbekistan. It's one of the only two double landlocked countries in the world. So there's no sea, there's no ocean, but there is a huge range of natural diversity. Growing sports infrastructure. Now, you may say that, yeah, everyone says that, but while we are talking, this is my office. I know there's a see, but behind me, around 1 kilometer, there is this structure. China, Kamka Engineering, last 1.5 years has been building this sport complex on the right side, for which will estimated to cost almost $300 million. While Michael was presenting, I turned my back, took these two pictures on the left. This construction is literally visible from my office, and once it is done in May 2025, it will host the 4th Asian Youth Games. So this why I'm showing this because it's a growing sports infrastructure being built. And traditional sports as Güreş in Turkey, we call it, we have Güreş. This is wrestling, and they have this Çoykora, which is a very amazing horseback archery. And these are the traditional sports activities which is considered to be the strength. Now, from the weaknesses point of view, yes, there's a limited international recognition. Uzbekistan is as a nation, it's an old nation, culture and ethnicity. However, as nation after the USSR's collapse, it is 30 plus years. So it is comparative to Italy or any other country, is a little bit less recognized. Language is a barrier. Most of the Uzbeks speak Uzbek or Russian. However, more and more youth is being educated in universities like ours, all only in English language. Accessibility, this is direct flight as compared to, let's say, Athens or London. You have to, for some destination, you have to do stopover. Seasonal limitations is a weakness. It gets really cold in the winter. Even though now it is end of November, today was 17 degrees. However, last winter we saw minus 25. In the summer it gets hot. So there is seasonality affects the sports. On the opportunity side, yes, I'm wrapping up in a couple of minutes. Sorry.
Yes, exactly.
Limited sporting events is always a good thing because there's also room to improve cultural exchange programs around the nation. Adventure tourism is there's an untapped whale and medical tourism where the sport related medical treatment can be done. The country is sadly not known. My in-laws are from Canada. When the Ukraine crisis, invasion happened, people call me and say that, are you safe? Because they don't know how far Ukraine and Uzbekistan, people think that security is a concern, but it is really quite safe place. Competition about neighboring countries, as mentioned earlier, is also an issue. There's a significant potential for sports tourism in Asia in general and Uzbekistan in particular. If the weaknesses are being handled as planned, I'm sure Uzbekistan will be a great spot for hospitality. This is just the last sentence. The president decreed that by 2025, everything in tourism targets have doubled. So that means both government and industry are heavily investing. There are more and more tourism and hotel management schools like ours are launching. So there is a great manpower and resources invested in sports tourism in Uzbekistan. Thank you very much for listening my presentation.
Thank you very much for your intervention in bringing us perspective. It's fine like this. Sorry, sometimes they they ask me to move. There's like some technicalities that people from home, they don't see it. Anyway, now we move to another sessions that is dedicated actually to a niche, because we are going to have a presentation about sustainable diving tourism in Europe. So we are back in the old continent. And this presentation is done jointly by Professor Alex Odek and Professor Christine from Leibniz. Although I am the president of a German organization, I have to work on my linguistic skills. So I already apologize with both of them if I made some mistake of pronunciation. I had the pleasure to meet them in June. Because they were the hosts of the conference about tourism, sport tourism, organized by IRSNIT, so the network of... Again, where I have to go? Here.
Okay.
Here, it's fine. You're there?
Yeah. I
You're online.
I got it. Thank you
Alex.
very much.
I'm next to you. We can hear you crystal clear, Alex. So I'll give it to you the word.
Okay, thank you very much for the very nice introduction and also for the very nice pronunciation of our names. I think your German accent is much better than our Italian one. Yeah, as you already told us we will give some ideas about one of our papers we did 2 years ago, and the idea is to spread our paper a little bit more among Europe, but maybe also other countries. So I will introduce you to our methodology and our results, and whoever is interested in that topic, we will be very open to work together and to develop the idea about importance of sustainability in diving tourism. And I will today give an insight to the German results, and then we can have ideas about maybe European point of view or maybe an international point of view. As diving tourism is a kind of sports tourism, which is, I would say, practiced all over the world. So, for example, in Egypt, we did the conference already, but also in Asia and, of course, also in North America and so on. So, I think already today in the morning, you were discussing about sustainability aspects in sports tourism, and Barbara Matza was given some ideas. So, I can just come back to that and say that among tourism and also among sports tourism, sustainability is playing a more and more important role, and especially to consumers from Germany, this might be really important as being sustainable in daily life, but also during your vacation, and also during acting in sports is really important to the consumers in Germany and in Europe as well. And our idea was to investigate consumers of sport touristic activities and get an idea whether sustainability plays an important role to them. And maybe we can create some typical target groups out of that. And as we are also coming from the area of marketing, we are also interested in whether there might be effects of paying more for sustainable sports tourist activities or not. So this was our idea by starting up the project. And we started, of course, with a short literature analysis, and identified already a quite big number, so 17 journals, which were dealing with sustainability in diving tourism over the last, let's say, 10, 15 years. And most of these journals, they of course dealt with sustainability in the field of ecological aspects. But as you of course all know, it might also be interesting to have not only the environmental and ecological aspect of sustainability in the point of view, but also economic aspects as well as social aspects. And but the most of the studies held in sports tourism and also in diving tourism are dealing with environmental effects, as you know. So there are a lot of problems with reefs and so on, and the diving spots, and this is something very important for the kind of sports tourism itself. And therefore the topic has already come to a main focus. In our first survey, we found, let's say, almost 200 German-speaking dive tourists from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And these are diving tourists with a high experience in diving. So we only included persons who are really active sports tourists, and they did at least during the last 5 years more than one diving tourist activity per year. So we really included, let's say, really engaged diving tourists. And yeah, we spread out a survey, a standardized survey, online questionnaire, and at the end we analyzed it by SPSS. And our idea was, first of all, to analyze the diving tourists based on their daily behavior and their expectations to sustainability in daily life. into several target groups. And based on that, we tried to find out whether there are differences regarding socio-economic aspects, but also the willingness to pay. So in a second step, we also did a conjoint measurement. And I will directly come to some results. So based on well-established established questionnaires regarding the sustainable behavior in everyday life, we could create two clusters of diving tourists. Some we called high sustainable divers, and the others we called diverse divers. That meant that to high sustainable divers, they had very high and strongly agree to sustainable behavior on daily life. So you can see there were significant differences between both clusters with more than 1 point in between, normally on a let's say on a scale from 1 to 5. And based on that clustering, we could also found or see that regarding the behavior on vacation, there are the same differences. So this is not really let's say surprising, let's say, that those people who are more sustainable in daily life, they are also more sustainable during their tourist activities in general. So we can see significant differences again. And here you can see that the number of dives during the last 5 years of the high sustainable divers is even higher than those of, let's say, diverse divers with lower sustainable level. That means that these people normally go once or even twice per year for diving vacation. So they are really experts and real interesting target group in this area. And those who are more sustainable, they are also more into sports tourism. So we could say
sorry,
at this point
can
already
you
that
hear me?
among diving tourists who often go on diving vacation,
I'm
these
sorry
are
for
people with a
interrupting.
high sustainable level.
So sorry for
And,
interrupting, but we need to continue with the next session. So can we just wrap up within 1 minute?
Yeah, of course, I will come
Thank
to
you so much.
the last slides. So finally, we can also see here regarding the importance level that having an ecological certificate, so being a sustainable offer in sports tourism, this is double important compared to the price of the diving tourist activity, which means those people who are going on diving tourism are really eager to pay more for sustainable dives, and that means regarding creating new products that a clear target group, especially more female and middle-aged people, they are willing to pay higher prices for sustainable diving activities. And our idea is, after analyzing German-speaking tourists, maybe comparing them with other tourists from other countries and also in other destinations. And therefore, I would like to invite whoever is interested. And so I cut some minutes and try to get to the time.
Thank you so
Thanks for
much.
listening.
Thank you. For the next session, I would like to invite Dr. Alessandro Scotto di Palumbo, please, and our speakers, Dr. Ayrnel Tiabara, sorry for my, like if I am saying wrong, and Janice Joban. Welcome, thank you.
Thank you very much. May you help me somehow? It's working. Thank you very much. It's not working. Push. So, okay, sorry. Thank you very much. I'm pretty happy to be here. I'm honored. I'm honored twice. First, I'm honored as I'm the sport manager of these sports facilities. And to me, it's really a great honor that the greatest university of Europe gave me this opportunity to manage. This is 100,000 meters square sport facilities with more than 23 sports disciplines undergoing now with 12 teams, university teams participating in national teams or university championship, and also several activities from athletics to swimming, synchronized swimming, water polo, and mountain biking, tennis, paddle, and so on, till fitness and other leisure activities. So it's a really great opportunity. I'd like also to talk about my experience, but of course I've not too much time. And and secondly, I'm honored to be moderator of this session about ETS, sport tourism, lifestyle. Actually, my background is not properly social. I was graduated in sports science in the University of Foro Italico, which is the sole university of Rome dedicated entirely to sport. And I had my master in health and physical activity throughout Europe. It was a great experience in several European sports school in Europe. I was in the European Sportschule in Köln, in Odense, in Vienna, and I had really the opportunity to discover the vast field of physical activity for all, especially physical activity as a lifestyle for lifestyle changing. And finally, I had my PhD in exercise physiology, partially in the University of Foro Italico and also in the University College of Dublin in Ireland. And so my preparation is mainly physiological, so I'm a bit out of topic, but I have to admit that I was absolutely educated through sport and by sport. I was a national swimmer, and I had the opportunity to grow up with the value of sports. I remember very well when I grew up in the morning, when I woke up in the morning at 5 o'clock in the morning to go for my swimming trainer. Then I went to school and then back in the swimming pool and then to the gym twice a week. So it was really, really a great experience to me to be educated through and by sports. And being here really honored me. The sport tourism, I could see that we have 3 presentations from the University of Budapest. And I remember clearly that I've been to Budapest just twice. And twice, the 2 times were for sport tourism. The first for the European Swimming Championship, and the second for the World Swimming Championship. So I was absolutely a sport tourist in Budapest. The sole chance to visit Budapest was for sport tourism. And the lifestyle. Well, what about the lifestyle? What I can say from my exercise physiologist perspective is that motion is life. That we have to move more and we have to find out the chance to move more. We need to organizers to have more breaks to move, to stand up, because motion is life. You know, the sedentary behavior is the best enemy we have for our health. So I don't want to spend too many unuseful words, but I'd like to introduce the moderator of the very topic of this session, who are, first of all, we have Eniko Nagy, is a PhD candidate at the Eötvös Loránd University in Hungary. I don't know, Eniko, maybe you are connected by online, isn't it? And Eniko Nagy is going to talk about the active lifestyle changing, especially active aging through living labs. Eniko, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. Are you in Budapest?
I'm in Budapest. Unfortunately, I couldn't join you. It
Well,
would be nice to be in Rome, but I couldn't come. I'm not sure if you can see my screen because it's absolutely not seeable
now we
here.
can't see. No, we just could see your face.
Okay. Well, then I try to.
You will be talking about the active aging, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very
Can you
well.
see it now?
Very well. I was in Dublin and I had some research about the active aging, especially to contrast sarcopenia. So I'm very interested in your presentation. So the stage is yours, please. You can present whenever you want.
Yeah, I can't put it on full screen. I'm sorry, but it will be like this when I try. It disappears. So I hope you can see it. Yeah.
Well,
So
it's
my name. Yeah. Can you?
okay. If you don't have other chance to present at full screen, no problem. We could see barely.
Great. My name is Enikő Nagy, and I represent a well-being living lab in Nagykovácsi, which is in Hungary. And I'm going to talk a bit about the living lab methodology and then a research we did within that. So if we speak about living labs, then many people would ask, "Ooh, living lab, what's that exactly?" Everyone has a faint idea about it, right? The audience might think, "Yeah, I know what a living lab is," or they might wonder, "Oh, what a living lab is." So it has actually a very definite definition based on the European Network of Living Labs, which harmonizes all the living labs across Europe and also internationally. And it goes like they are open innovation ecosystems based on a systematic user co-creation approach that integrates research and innovation activities, and in communities placing citizens at the center of innovation. Why it might look very weird definition, but the main idea is that you are doing a research based on a very strong cooperation between different stakeholders with the users in the center. So if you see, this is the quadruple helix model, and you have the private sector, the public actors, the knowledge institute, which is us, for example, doing the research, and the users. And at each stage of your research, you will involve some of these actors, but mostly the users are involved, not only, as someone abstract at the end of your research, but someone you will have to cooperate with from the beginning, from planning your actions until the very end, until the results. So this is mainly Living Lab. I hope it's clear enough for everyone. And we are running a project within the Horizon 2020, which is called Vitalize. And it's about harmonizing the well-being living labs. We have 19 partners across 11 countries. And we are the Nagykovácsi Wellbeing Living Lab in Hungary, who is a partner within this whole big project. It's a very big project trying to harmonize the living lab procedures. And within the project itself, you have various living labs. They all do some research, and there is a harmonization of co-creation, data collection, and analysis. So we are trying to harmonize the databases, also the access to databases, and we have a very exciting challenge. We have the chance in the project to invite visiting researchers, external researchers, and they are the ones who are coming. And we also have, so they are the ones coming, and we also cooperate with them. So there are a lot of harmonizations within this procedure, and there is a joint result. Why is it good? It's good because some researchers will not have to repeat the data collection again and again, but they can use these data which are already there, which we, collect together and which we share. In Hungary, we had a Spanish visiting professor, and we were doing a research on well-being and motivational factors of older people related to their physical fitness, well-being, digital literacy, and motivation levels. So we had a preliminary test with the Rickley and Jones test that you might all know because it's very famous. It's called senior fitness test as well. So we measured different parameters, and then we had an 8-week intervention of Nordic walking, and we measured them again. And it's very educational that the digital literacy and the motivation raise a lot. The physical parameters, not so much, but the atmosphere, the motivation, or the benefits, they will stay with the older people, and they are still, doing some of them the Nordic walking, and they use the smart bracelets which were given to them, which is very new because some of them were really lost at the beginning. They never saw a smart bracelet before. They never used the Facebook group before. And within 8 weeks, they got adopted. They know how to use it. They enjoy and they love the whole procedure. So these are some pictures of the group and the Facebook group as well. And this is the result that they have really developed their digital skills and their motivational level. And as a conclusion, it's very, very fruitful to have joint research within living labs and also within visiting professors. They can also adopt the living lab methodology, use it, and then the research will become more effective, more wide-word. You can compare results more easily within different countries. And this is a call for all of you out there. Hello, all the listeners. We finished this phase of hosting visiting researchers, but if you are a researcher, you can still join in. You can join in our virtual access, which means that there is a platform being developed right now. And when the platform is ready, there will be databases shared, which means that all the mini researches we did, we will have an anonymized data collection, and there will be a platform where you can reach it and you can contribute in the research, which means you don't have to do all the cost-taking data collection. You don't need a target group. You just need to access this database, contact us, and we can do a joint research. So you are all welcome to contact us and to join in this research. You have all the information here and my contact data. And I would love to speak more, but I was asked to reduce my speech into 5 minutes. I don't know if I could do that because you are late. So thank you very much. And I hope to hear from you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Eniko, for your very interesting presentation. Are there any questions for Eniko and the research? No, they tell me it's time to eat. We're all very, very, very hungry. Just a question for you, may I? Okay, no, just a question.
Yeah.
I could know, are there any data about, I could see you tested your subject for the fitness test and the body composition. Do you have any data about pre-test and the post-test? Are there were there some changes in especially in body composition and the fitness level?
Yeah, we are analyzing the data right now because we had a second test, which was about, this 8-week period with the intervention of Nordic walking and an 8-week without Nordic walking. And we are comparing the test now
Okay,
because
perfect. Very
the
well.
main significant difference was surprisingly in the flexibility level.
Oh, great. Okay,
And
perfect.
we want to see if there is a decrease in the other things if they don't do the exercises.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very
Thank you
interesting.
for the possibility to present, and have a nice lunch, everyone.
Thank you very much. Let's hope to be soon. 1:30. So we now have the last presentation of the morning session is a presentation by two PhD candidates, also from Hungarian University. They are Ernel Abarra and Janice Joban. I'd like you to welcome here to talk about your research in the lifestyle changing through the active lifestyle. The step is yours.
Thank you. I had the timer so that it will be easier for me to get alarm. Okay. So, buongiorno, ciao to everyone. My name is Ernel Abara. I'm a PhD candidate at the Hungarian University of Sports Science in Budapest, Hungary. And with me is my colleague, Janice Swaban, at the same university. I'm on my fourth year, and she's on her first year or second year of her studies in Budapest. So our topic is related to sport and lifestyle. So I think we sent already the presentation earlier. So yes, so sport and lifestyle, coach and athlete perspectives in fitness and bodybuilding. In my background is athletics, but I decided to do research in fitness and bodybuilding because I had some colleagues who are doing it, and also including our co-presenter this afternoon. So next slide. Or should I use this one? Okay, so some theories about bodybuilding as we know it. So it's extensively studied and involves an actual very individualistic approach, especially in adhering this lifestyle. And also coaching is a more of a personal approach in terms of having this kind of activity, and based on existing literature, it's really related to lifestyle. So because of what happened previous years of the COVID pandemic, and we should also look on how lifestyles, especially in the challenging situations of COVID, wherein mostly we have the virtual environment that time, and also in terms of from transitioning from the virtual environment also to the on-site environment in terms of training, we would like to see how this relationship in terms of coaching and lifestyle matters, especially for people who are adhering to a lifestyle dedicated to fitness or other sport disciplines. But we're talking more about in fitness and bodybuilding because this is the topic of our presentation this afternoon. So some of our objectives, so provide examples on practices in sport and fitness related to the lifestyle of the athlete, engage in worthy discussions. This is also one way for us to engage our fellow researchers, especially here in ICSE, to be part of further collaborations, and also to narrate the identities of athletes on how to engage in this lifestyle in connection to health and wellness. So some of our methods, of course, we did some interviews, and we also scanned social media accounts in terms who would be part of this topic, and also personal statements, because this is an ethnological research, and at the same time, there's also the concept of participatory observation. Although Mr. Don Roberto already talked about education by sport, and we would like to see how this adhering to different lifestyles in fitness can be used also as a form of non-formal education. So some of the, based on what we have interviewed, so there's they say also lifestyle or coaching is a form of relationship. It's really a matter of centering your lifestyle on, and also providing an opportunity to look also on the mental health aspect of coaching. Second, okay, so It's also very cultural in terms of how lifestyle in this kind of activity can be embraced by different nationalities and culture. Then also the effect of relationships. I'm sure some of you, or most of you, had already their boyfriends or girlfriends and in between. So it's also when we are walking early, last night in the sport field, we saw some partners are really having a good time on engaging in physical fitness. So that could be another way also to engage research related on the effects of your close partners in terms of your lifestyle, and also to also this point of view we can look on how can be disconnected to non-formal education. So there are some other testimonials, and it's important that we look on the personal touch also, or the humanistic approach of coaching based on our existing testimonials and literatures in our study. So it's also you need to be knowledgeable, as I said. So some further. Okay, so now I go now to my colleague to do her own testimonial in terms of her adhering to sport and lifestyle related to fitness or bodybuilding.
Thank you very much. I'm one of his live data and as well as his co-author for this study. I am as what he said briefly, that I'm on my second of my doctoral studies. We are in the same university from Hungarian University of Sports Science. I am also a competitive bodybuilder, which is very easy for him to be to get me as one of his live data. It's good. This is a good opportunity to come here because just last month I had my first European competition. And coming to Rome, that means competition's finished. That means diet is finished. So I got to eat all this pizza. Pizza, gelato, supli. Yes. Yes. Yes. So I can't believe that I finished a whole plate of pizza last night. So I'm so proud of myself. So anyway, getting into bodybuilding, and as a woman, it's not easy, especially if you're a woman. This is in a masculine world. So it is a challenge for us to have this kind of role, to love what something a man loves too. So it's very it's a challenging world, but then this is the love of the sport, and becoming a coach at the same time. I get to love the sport first before becoming a coach. So working through the whole bodybuilding career did not happen overnight. So it's something like you really have to love this lifestyle first, and then becoming an effective coach in the future. And as going back to the last objective of the study is to narrate one of my one of these story. So since I'm one of his stories, I'm trying to impart to you the love of the game. And dieting is not easy, but the love of the game is there, so I will do it again and again. And I think he will finish and conclude everything. So I'm just here to really support him, and then be a contribution of empowering women, and then the love of the game, really. So.
So to wrap up, sorry, one moment. So do we still have time? Just to wrap up everything. Okay. Okay, so we saw that based on her experience that is a tool for social empowerment, and also as a cultural capital, as noted by previous researchers, and also the importance of interaction. That's why I highly encourage everyone to build a to build a community, which is what we are doing here to adhere on in terms of how we can use different lifestyles to connect it with non-formal education as a way, as a tool for empowerment and also self-fulfillment. Then human lifestyle through examples of engagement, through non-formal education, through health and fitness. So those are some of our references, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ainel and Janice. Your testimony were really great. So now it's we're really out of time. So it's time to eat Roman cuisine. So it's time for lunch. Enjoy your lunch downstairs. See you there.
We invite all our guests to the clubhouse, the same place as the coffee break, for the lunch. See you back at 2:30.
nello sport. Siamo qui con la professoressa Barbara Mazza, presidentessa del master del corso di laurea magistrale in organizzazione e di laurea e dell'impresa, marketing e per l'impresa, di impresa. Il suo intervento oggi, professoressa, è stato sul rapporto tra le attività sportive nel settore turistico e la sostenibilità. Sappiamo quanto è un tema molto caldo attualmente, in virtù del fatto che la sostenibilità è un tema molto attuale. Ovviamente in quanto attività economica, settore economico, anche questo settore turistico può essere molto impattante. La prima domanda che le faccio è come il settore sportivo turistico può avere un impatto sull'ambiente e quali sono i rischi?
La situazione è diversificata perché ovviamente ci sono delle attività del turismo sportivo già molto attente alla sostenibilità e anche molto inclini per le loro caratteristiche. Altre ovviamente invece, come molti altri settori, hanno bisogno di interventi profondi per potersi adeguare alle esigenze dello sviluppo sostenibile. Quindi è una situazione molto eterogenea quella del turismo sportivo, però di contro il turismo sportivo subisce anche l'impatto diciamo, dei danni provocati dal cambiamento climatico e dalla mancanza di azioni adeguate in favore dello sviluppo sostenibile, e quindi ovviamente ha tutto l'interesse di agire in favore di esso.
È chiaro evidentemente che un settore turistico come quello sportivo, che fa particolarmente affidamento sulla natura, inevitabilmente è quello più prima colpito degli altri. Le chiedo allora, se questa è la situazione, come possiamo e quali sono a livello anche manageriale, gestionale, come possiamo rispondere ai bisogni di un settore così e ai bisogni anche di un approccio più sostenibile all'ambiente e all'economia?
Ma la caratteristica fondamentale è quello di attivare dei modelli che supportano lo sviluppo sostenibile nel turismo sportivo e per il turismo sportivo. Quindi questo vuol dire che bisogna potenziare soprattutto il rapporto fra organizzazioni pubbliche e private per poter creare dei network che lavorano in maniera convergente sugli obiettivi dello sviluppo sostenibile in favore del territori e delle comunità locali.
La ringraziamo professoressa per l'intervento e per la partecipazione, speriamo di poterci rincontrare presto.
Speriamo, un saluto a tutti.
Grazie mille, è stato un piacere. Posto. Ok, perfetto.
Ok, quella in italiano è andata,
Ah, vero, facciamo quella in inglese.
Non lo so che già si
le
poteva
domande
liberare di me.
no.
Le domande sono esse e le risposte cerco di darle.
Conference on Sport and Education, and we are with the professor and president of the master's degree in marketing and communication for the entrepreneurs. We are speaking about the intervention, the speech the Professoressa Barbara Mazza has had during the conference, which is about the relationship among tourism and sustainability. The first question I'm going to ask Professor is, what's the risk in such an activity such as sector, which is the one of tourism, in the sport, and in relation with the environment, with the sustainability topics?
Okay. The sport tourism has an impact on the territories, but in a heterogeneous way, and especially the climatic change impact on the sport tourism because in some situation it's impossible to do the activities because, for example, there are a change in the sky and the water and the hurricanes, etc.
Of course. So therefore, being such a sector which is linked with the natural environment, it's the first one which is engaged when you have such a crisis, which is the one with about sustainability. Therefore, we need to find some ways to better engage and manage and find a way for such a sector. Therefore, I'm going to ask you, Professor, what kind of engagement and management we can do toward this sector, which is also sustainable related.
It's very important reinforce the coordination of network that work in favor of sustainable development and sport tourism and for sport tourism. And especially it's important to reinforce the relationships between public and private organization because this is a great problem in some territories and in some communities. For this reason, the Agenda 2030 says that it's very important this type of relationship to grow sustainable development. Unfortunately, this relationship is very limited, especially in situation that are very heterogeneous about the level of sustainable development.
Thank you very much, Professoressa, and we're looking forward to have more connection and to work together on the education and then a formal framework. Thank you so much. like PhD. E parto. Va bene. We are here in the International Conference of Sport and Education 2023, 24 of November, and we are here with Arnel Abara, candidates PhD students for the Hungarian University of Sports. And we thank you first for joining us today, and we're going to ask you some questions about your interventions, your speech that you have, and more specifically about the relationship about the data science, which is something that you particularly studied, and the sports. We want to understand in the new technology, in the new digital world, what's the importance of that in the study sector and the sports sector.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak and also to present my paper on sport and lifestyle. In my point of view, data should help researchers to be better and not to replace someone. And seeing this, we should see the data as something that we can look on how we can assist different researchers, and at the same time connect it with the existing conditions of different societies and environments by not simply replacing them or making them set aside, but instead it should be looked on as a way to improve and to make things better.
I think data in a world like ours, which is super digital, it can be really something powerful rather than a risk or something to be away from. I ask you because in your presentation you said that it's really important to have personalized human touch in your coaching session, your sports approach. What does it mean? What does it mean personalize the training session to the needs of the person?
Different people have different ways and things on how they adapt to different lifestyles and also different philosophies. Data can be helpful to collect and also to assess different abilities of persons in terms of their physical fitness and also their, should we say, level. In my point of view, it's important that we look first on the person, what they need and what they want and how we can help them, and make sure that it will be looked on in the aspect of development of a person in terms of health, in terms of healthy lifestyle, and making sure that even that there's extensive data, there's a lot of information coming, we must protect also the confidentiality of the person, because privacy is a basic right, the right to do private interventions, and also the importance of keeping this data as secure as possible.
Privacy, I think it's really an important topic because it makes us better understand also the relationship with something which is really innovative and actual, which is artificial intelligence. You spoke about a human touch, which is how important it is to have something personalized. Then I want to ask you, in a world where artificial intelligence is more and more present in our life, what can we do to use that in a fruitful way?
I believe that artificial intelligence is inevitable. Technology develops as time goes by, but it's product of data. The only thing that I would like to highlight is to use artificial intelligence not to replace, but to augment and to improve the society and the humanity as a whole. Because people are afraid that they will be replaced by machines because they think that artificial intelligence replaces them for work. But in my point of view, artificial intelligence should help humanity, should help scientists to make work easier and to have more secure aspect on their studies, on their data. Artificial intelligence for me is really something that we need to be mindful on using it to our own advantage and not for
a specific individual and group and should be accessible with the right safeguards, but at the same time, it should be sustainable and accessible to everyone.
We thanks the Dr. Abarra, and we're looking forward to have such fruitful conversation and discussion as it was today. So thank you again for joining us.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. We are here with the speakers from the International Conference on Sport Education, 24th of November, and being as a professional athlete in bodybuilding, it's such an occasion for us to know better about the importance of the relationship between sports and healthier lifestyle. My question is how sports can really engage and have better lifestyle for the people practicing daily or weekly the sport.
The important thing is you really have to find your sport first and then loving your sport. If you love your sport, then you will incorporate it in your daily lifestyle. It will not be a question of how you commit to it, but then it goes in you, and then it transcends everything, and then you don't have to worry about, I don't have the time to spend for this. Because if you already love that sport, you really have that in your heart, then it's a lifestyle. You're not going each day without it. So that's very important. The love of the game, and then to show up, and then to keep doing it and be consistent with how you are passionate with your sport, and just keep going for it.
I think loving what you're doing is the main things, to be able to implement that daily. But how do you actually convey your passion to your students, your athletes, being a coach, because you are a coach? My question is how you are creative in your daily coaching activity in order to convey and to make also reach have your passion in the sports they're doing.
Let's go back 20 years ago. I stumbled into fitness because I gained a lot of weight after college. So I gained a whooping 30 kilograms extra. And then I knew it that I have to make I have to stop it. I have to make an act of it. So I found my fitness. I found my passion for it. And then I never looked back. I became a fitness enthusiast first because through all my dedication, and then I found that being consistent, there will be results one day. I did not think that it will be a result that I will find overnight, but then I was so consistent at it, and then I found it, and then I became passionate of this because I'm being passionate with the sport, so I stuck to it. And then before becoming a coach, I know that the lifting and then the gym and the workout is already my passion. So it's like an extra for me. Like I gave all my all because I know that I love bodybuilding. But it did not happen every day. It did not happen overnight. So I found my dedication to it just 5 years ago, or before the world declared COVID. So I've been in the fitness industry since 2004 because I need to change of how the way I looked, because I know and I acknowledge the fact that I am already so overweight, and I know that I'm becoming unhealthy. So I made that change. I acted out towards that change, and because I love fitness so much that I became a coach.
Yes, and it became part of your daily activity, daily life. Last things, which is probably the most important thing, because we want to engage the community, want to speak to the people. Therefore, I'm going to ask you to send something that you feel like they want to know. What this young generation needs to know in order to have better life with sports. Send them a message.
If you find your sport and then you think that this is not the right sport, find that sport until you find the right one. And then if you think that you found the right one, stick to it. And then you don't have to spend a whole day doing it. Just 20 minutes and be consistent with it. And then you will know that your body will give you the same love for the love that you give in the sport. So in turn, if you love what you're doing, just keep going for it. And then I'm sure that you will reap the benefits of being in a healthy lifestyle.
Thank you so much. It was really inspiring. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are here with Christos Belkov, Special Olympics Europe-Eurasia Region Committee, and we are at the International Conference of Sport and Education, 24th of November in Sapienza facilities, universities. We are really honored, first of all, to have you here, and I'm going to ask you, first of all, about your intervention and about the relationship between sports and inclusion. Starting from your experience, how can we better integrate sports in our daily societies for having a more inclusive society?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Special Olympics was founded on the principle that sports is a fantastic tool for integration. First of all, in sports, true sports, everyone can demonstrate their excellence, their abilities. Everyone can do their best through sports, and everyone can see how somebody is doing their best through sports. This is one of the easiest way to integrate people to work together towards a shared goal. Special Olympics has what we refer to as unified sports, where half the team would have intellectual disabilities, the other half would not have intellectual disabilities. And this is the best way to understand that athletes with intellectual disabilities have the same aspirations, they have the same feelings. They want to win just the way everyone else wants to win. And through unified teams, participants, athletes on that team learn that if they want the team to be stronger, they have to work on the weakest link on the team, not the strongest team. So basically they integrate, they bring up everyone who is on that team. And this is what society can see, this is what society can experience, and we believe that this is what society can embrace outside of sports as well.
I definitely agree that one of the strong messages that sports give is about cooperation, working together. But as well, we know that in sports, it's a common effort also on a transnational level. So my question would be how we can promote the sports and inclusion on a transnational level, working cooperatively in Europe.
Sports transcends boundaries, frontiers, national borders. Just because it's part of human nature to thrive, to want to do better, and to support each other. Sports teaches us teamwork, where we have to work together. That goes across and beyond borders on international level. Also, we know that sports can be politicized and used basically for political purposes and messages. This is something that we at Special Olympics fight against. Sport is for everyone. Sport doesn't build borders or walls. Sports builds bridges. This is what we believe in.
That's what connects people. And going more, we know that we've been linked your passion is about sailing. I'm really curious, this is also a personal question to you. How sailing impacts in your professional life, your career? This is really important to understand how sports really have an impact on people's life, starting from your own personal experience.
Thank you very much. Well, this is a very personal question. Probably what I have learned from sailing, and the type of sailing that I do is crossing oceans alone. You learn to be humble. You learn to rely on yourself at the same time. It may sound contradictory, but sailing alone across oceans teaches you how small you are and how big you are at the same time. It teaches you how connected with everything in the universe you are. And it also teaches you how connected
with everyone in the universe you are. I'm talking about something religious, something spiritual, something metaphysical, but this was my experience with sailing. It really helps you connect with everyone who is not there on the boat with you.
You are alone, but you're never alone. This is something maybe that you brought with yourself. We thank you really much for such an intervention and for inspiring words as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a... We are here 24 of November 2023 with the International Conference on Sport and Education. We are here with the Professor and PhD Kazimir Valuk from the Institute for Sport and Development of Sport and Education. And we're really glad for the intervention, for you being part of this conference, and for this intervention you gave us an insight you gave us about cultural development and identity construction through traditional sports and games based on your experience and your studies as well. My first question would be, what's the role on traditional sports games in the construction identity, and what can be the actual value for a society, not only from the societal point of view, but from an economical point of view? We have experience and we have examples daily in Italy, but also in other countries as well, of such a value. So I would like you to express this concept and what can be the actual value.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this question, because it's really important that traditional sport is a part of our intangible heritage. So as an intangible heritage, traditional sport is a part of our identity, cultural identity. It's a basic for every activity in a region, not only social, because we connect sometimes traditional sports with the social impact. Is a good way because it's a really hard impact for the social relationships between the people living in the same place. But from the economical point of view, it's really important also because it's not only the place, the moment to create new activity, to allows people to stay together, but also can give us a real element of our regional development. For example, yes, we have a lot of examples, good examples in Italy, like Calcio Fiorentino, for example, or Palio di Siena. But also in Europe, in Spain, San Fermin, for example, the Course Landaise in France. So you can find a lot of examples where local governments use traditional sports as a brand. It's the same, for example, in Poland. We start to do this. So we discover with traditional sports new possibilities to promote our region, our culture, our identity, and ourselves also, because is also an element, is an important element for economic growing, not only for region, but especially for inhabitants, that they could, for example, find new work and new form of activities, economical activities.
It's a really good point, because it might be really an economical factor or other than only society ones. We experience though also in a world which is losing a little bit of value, and where digital world and technology is gaining so much field more every day. Maybe we're experiencing some losing of these traditional value cultures. My question would be, in a world which is going more and more in the direction in technology and the digitalization, how can we actually take it back, reintegrate in our society such cultural elements, which is, as you say, really important to the identity? How can we integrate a world which is going in the digital direction, but knowing the importance of such cultural elements?
So going back, I don't know if it's possible, because the day of yesterday is completely different than the day of today, the day of tomorrow. So in my opinion, we should find a new way how to use, for example, traditional sport as a tool to promote some values. So it's not to practice traditional sport is not against of modernity. You know, in my opinion, the most important things is to find new role for the past things, so you can maintain your value using this tradition, and in this case it's traditional games, sport and games, of course, but it's nothing against. Sometimes I'm hearing this opinion that modernity exclude tradition, but it's not true. It's not true. If we know how to combine it, we can have a result really double, triple, or I don't know how. So it's up to us how we will use our tradition in a modern time. So I don't exclude modernity, I don't exclude the past time, but I would like to combine them to create a new reality of tomorrow. It's really important.
Thank you, Professor Valuk, for joining us today, and thank you for the beautiful and really insightful words. Thank you so much for joining, and we're looking forward to have you more the next session and the next events. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Are we ready? ICSE community, ICSE conference. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session. Just a very fast recap of what's going to happen. We're going to have now session 12, Sport Tourism as a Tool for Development of Small Island. It's going to be remote. Olivier Naria, the professor, will have a contribution. Can we scroll down the program so everybody can see with section 13? Section 13. This is going to be an interactive session, a panel, finally. We're going to have Maria Grazia Pirina moderating, and Mr. Christoph Velkov, and Elia Mosconi, Dr. Elia Mosconi, with Mr. Mattia Cordioli. We're going to change the setting for that moment. Then there's going to be session 14A, ETS Gender Equality in Sport, with our friend Mr. Pedro Dias, former Olympic athlete in judo from Portugal, and in a way working with IOC. We're gonna go through showing a documentary, sport documentary, at least a trailer, at least, A Goal to Dream, Pakistan Breaking Barriers Through Sport, about gender and football issues in Pakistan, with Mr. Paolo Menescardi, that you already had the pleasure to see. Then we have a dual career of student athlete with disability, Dr. Maria Jose Macia Andreu. Section 15B, Sapienza testimonial, Mr. Alberto Antinori. We're gonna have another coffee break to refresh a little bit. Then a dual career athlete, real life experiences is another panel. Professor Dr. Volkan Alkintas, that you already had the pleasure to see this morning, will be the moderator of the session. Then session 17, Building a Dual Career Path for Athletes, Professor Vincent Esguerra from the Philippines, directly from there. It's going to be midnight for him, so it's going to be the last effort of our amazing afternoon. So we're going to have the closure with a moment downstairs. We already said at Clubhouse after our final closure, me, Maria, and Professor Volkan, we're going to announce if there will be an ICSE 2024 and where, in case it will be. Would you be interested to come next year? No, I cannot hear. I cannot hear. I cannot hear. Any case, then we're gonna have a fruitful after cocktail, and then everybody will enjoy. All right. Okay. Now, we should have connected the next speaker. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Welcome to ICSE conference. Good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yes. You hear me? Hello, everybody.
Yes, we hear you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You see my screen?
Not yet. Yes, we do.
Sure. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
We don't see
Thank you
a
very much.
presentation right now, but I guess you are in the process to fix it.
Oh, it's okay now, I believe.
Now everything seems to be okay. So again, the floor is yours. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity for this international conference on sports and education. The title of my presentation today is Sport Tourism, Highland Territory and Sustainable Development, a comparative overview with my colleague Hathianis, Derek Van Renen from University of California, Berkeley, and Emeritus Professor Claude Sobry from University of Lille. There are several reasons for this research. Firstly, sport activity and tourism activity are infinitely linked. Theoretical and empirical literature mainly focus on the conceptualization on the link between tourism and sports. On one hand, it has been widely recognized that sport tourism may play a crucial role in the development of tourism destinations. On the other hand, sport tourism development can also generate negative impacts on tourism destinations, including on their communities. Then, fear about sustainability of sport tourism has emerged during the last decade. A growing interest in studying the sustainability of sport tourism highlights sport tourism can reduce tourism impact on the environment. Physical activities, active mobility and slow tourism can reduce transport pollution and provide this better allocation of tourists, avoiding the concentration on only few places. Finally, research on sport tourism has globally ignored small islands. The purpose of your research question: what contribution does sport tourism make to the SDG Sustainable Development Goal of United Nations for island territory? Your conceptual and methodological framework compare islands from an eco-territorial perspective. Islands have many assets, which their varied physical environment, cultural heritage, biodiversity, but they are also limited by their vulnerabilities, small size, isolation, effect on global warming, which means that this territory must embark on the path of sustainable development. Past these challenges, we use the concept of eco-territories as ecosystem with multi-stakeholder strategy to reveal the complexity of the different islands, their challenges, and their socio-economic and socio-environmental issues. Only in integrated multi-sectoral approach will enable population to achieve the SDGs. Your eco-territory approach advocates addressing projects in their multi-sectoral dimension, particularly in terms of the intersection of environmental, economic, and social impacts. Island eco-territories are based on a moral mandate for change, a focus on critical awareness of eco-pedagogy. We create and integrate multi-sectoral approach to eco-territorial development to analyze a panel of small islands. The islands offer a wide range of playgrounds for sport tourism, thanks to the diversity of their relief with volcano, mountain, waterfall, valleys, peaks, ramparts like Hawaii, or coral reef, atoll trench like Saint Vincent or Maldives. Tourism and highlands was a path to economic diversification, which reflects the diversity of the level of tourism influence, with the number of tourist arrival and the percentage of GDP from tourist outbound expenditure. We have some center in the highland of Southwest Asia, like Singapore, Philippines, or Dominican Republic. But at the opposite, we have some peripheral area in the island of the Indian Ocean or the Pacific with Tonga, Samoa, for example. Sport tourism events are a general vehicle for the economic, tourism, cultural, and sustainable development of the small island. They enhance the communication policy and image of island destination with a view to generating economic spin-off. One example is the Grand Raid in Réunion Island in Indian Ocean. Your result shows the positive or structuring and negative or destructuring effect of these activities on the 4 pillars of sustainable development. At governance level, there are several public-private models shared between the construction of decision-maker strategy by principle of sustainability, inclusivity, and preservation, but the logic are also often contradictory for economic benefits by minimizing negative impacts on the environmental and local culture. The economy structure with equitable development, business and job creation, or diversification, but also the structures with immediate economic profitability, social and environmental costs, and business closures. The environment plays a positive role in terms of awareness, protection, and enhancement, but on the other hand, there are negative effects in terms of the risks of trivialization, degradation, and abandonment of practice site for sport tourism. The sociocultural pillar is positive with a role in bringing population together, integrating specific public and building identity, but have negative effects with conflict of interest and use of areas, or the risk of the potential change in the behavior of practitioners, as like fly scab or for example. Sport tourism can be a vector of economic development. The result of the Indian Ocean Highland show the weight of sport tourism. Migrant tourists, site and practice area, or structure association or companies, international or national events. The economic benefits measure at €500 million or 12% of total tourist impact. The spin-offs are visible in the thousands of direct jobs in entertainment, management, and indirectly in catering, transport, accommodation. Sport tourism can be a vector for environmental challenges. This study from Mauritius Island concludes 3 levels in the action system based on the law in red color, in strategy in green, and planning in yellow for integrated coastal zone management. Smart governance by decision makers support the niche market of sport tourism while respecting the environment and the natural resources. stakeholders have adapted a sustainable development framework for the development of small hospitality structure, guide for use of water and ocean sports, and reduce environmental impact. Sport tourism can be a vector of sociocultural development. From Barbados, Zanzibar, or Malta, sport tourism contributes in the sociocultural balance of the different islands. At its boss, a unifying force for local decision makers, bringing population together and integrating marginalized groups, and also build a collective identity for the island community to immersive in the different land. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Professor Olivier Naria. Now I have the great pleasure and honor to invite here on the stage for the panel about inclusion integration through education through sport, Mr. Christoph Elkov, Vice President Strategic Development of Special Olympic Eurasia.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, it's fantastic to be here. Fantastic to be here. Thank you so much. You know, I couldn't give you a hug on a Zoom call. You know, espresso doesn't taste the same. You know, Roberto, it's fantastic to see you after, 2-3 years of technology. Technology is good, but it's not good for emotions. And as you said, the two of you studied here long time ago, some time ago, not a long time ago, yeah. And you bonded. You really bonded, and then you came up with the idea for this, what we're doing here today. And you kept grinding, you kept making it happen, and today there is this platform that you've created which gives me an opportunity to do my job, which gives everybody an opportunity to do their job. We add to it, we contribute to it. And I dare say you've reached a point where, I remember in the beginning you were calling people to come. Now people call you to come. You know, congratulations on that. And in Brussels we talk about the European model for sports, European sports model. I couldn't understand what that meant till I see this. Where sports goes way beyond sports. Tourism, small islands, that was just the last one, traditional sports, traditional games, nutrition, bodybuilding. This is European sport, and it's an NGO. This is, no professional athletes here. This is European model of sport. Now, what sport does to us, sport and education, how it educates us. Let me give you an example. I'm with Special Olympics. We do sports for people with intellectual disabilities, sports with people with intellectual disabilities. And in June in Berlin, we organized the Special Olympics World Summer Games. 7,000 competitors, 20,000 volunteers. It's a big endeavor. And I've been to a few of those games, and there is always one special moment that you take with you, you keep it. And this very special moment in Berlin for me was, I was with a delegation from France, Special Olympics France, and we were invited to the French embassy. All the embassies did a reception for their delegations to recognize the athletes. And I was at the French embassy. And the French embassy is beautiful. It's French, it's not German, in the middle of Berlin. It's beautiful in the way it's not practical, And when we worked with the organizers in Berlin, I remember somebody said, in Germany, if it works, it is beautiful. In France and here, if it is beautiful, it works. So this is the French embassy, and I had to do a short speech, and after that, a Special Olympics athlete with an intellectual disability comes over to me and says, good speech. And then he looked at my name tag with a photo. And the photo was not very recent. When I was registering, I just put an old file photo. And he looks at my photo and he says, and you looked okay when you were young. And I'm like, what do you want? But then I thought, this was a discussion, this was a conversation, but this is what sport gives to us. It is the nature of sport. It's direct. It is immediate. There is no filter. There is no lying. Okay, there is cheating in sports, but it's direct. It happens there. When it happens, you cannot go back. This is something typical. This is sport. And this is how it makes us different. We did a lot of, we looked at a lot of research, a lot of your researchers. We've gathered academic data and empirical evidence why, how sport educates us. I've read one line and I remember it, how sport educates us. Your mathematics teacher will teach you to be smart. When Mike Tyson hits you, you learn respect. Sport teaches us, obviously, how to be active, how to be physical. But there are those special moments in sport that make us grow. We can sit in front of a computer, we can sit in a university, we accumulate information, but it is deep, profound, emotional moments that make us grow as people. And sport has those moments all the time. We see them on television, we experience them. Sometimes if we're lucky, we're part of those moments. But victory, glory, grief, striving to do better, support for each other. Sport gives us those deep emotional moments that make us grow as people. This is the education, this is the emotional education of sport that we see. I remember something that we still discuss with my children at home, the FIFA World Cup, not the last one, the previous one in Russia where France won. There was a moment when a protester invaded the pitch and started running, and it was a political act. And when he was passing by Mbappe just gave him a high five. A very human gesture. There was no political intent, but a human gesture of solidarity. This is what sports, this special moment, at home we remember it. I educate my children with this moment. This is what sport gives us in terms of education. And this is what at Special Olympics we took in terms of sports and education. We have what we call very structured program. We call it Unified Champion Schools, where we bring people, athletes and we start with sports. We bring athletes with intellectual disabilities to our regular school to do sports together with kids who do not have an intellectual disability. And they start with sport. They start with sport, just playing football or something. But all of them learn very quickly that if you want your team to be stronger, you don't look at the top player. You look at the weakest player that you try to bring up to you. And this solidarity, this compassion, this support spreads around the school. We have enough data, we have the numbers to make the case now. And we are making the case with the UN agencies, with national governments, that if you bring integrated sport, solidarity sport, unified sport to regular schools around the world, anywhere. We're doing that in Jamaica, in Malawi, in Kenya, in Germany, in Albania, anywhere. We've gathered enough data. Bullying disappears. You bring a weak kid in school, first week is bad, but after that, everybody starts to show compassion and solidarity and care. School teachers stop having problems with discipline. They stay in that school. This school becomes a good school. And we also know that, economic empowerment starts with education. You improve education, you improve economic empowerment, SDGs, across the world. It's on that simple premise that we build this platform for sports for education. That's the way we look at it, And again, this is what I see at this conference. We look at what sport does beyond sport. And I look forward to being part of this in the future editions, anytime. Thank you again for the invitation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. It's true, let's because he participated for the first two editions, and due to COVID, they were online. So thank you very much, Crystal, for your empowering, motivational speak. This panel is dedicated to inclusion in 360 degree, I would say. So after the words given by big institutions that make and work a lot in terms of in the field of inclusion policies, I would like also to give now the word to one athlete, which actually is our one of our collaborators, Mattia Cordioli. Come here, please.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm used to this kind of events as non-formal education and education through sport trainer. But today I was asked and invited to be here as an athlete, as a representative of a sport that is the perfect example of how inclusive can sport be regarding people with disabilities, physical disabilities in this case. I'm talking about sitting volleyball. Sitting volleyball is a sport that is played all around the world, in all continents. There are many leagues, many international tournaments and national ones. And it is inclusive in the sense that it allows at a national level to play together both people with disabilities, physical disabilities, and people without physical disabilities. There are championships, national championships, international championships at club level, which allows to have both people playing together with the same rules, sitting on the ground. It's basically like volleyball. You can see some of the images to understand what we are talking about. The rules are almost the same as volleyball. Some slight changes, like how big the field is, the height of the net, and other small details. But the passion, the trainings, the effort that each team member puts inside the court are exactly the same as volleyball. Many players that usually plays volleyball or played volleyball in the past have a kind of misunderstanding about sitting volleyball. They think it's a different sport. They see it as something different. But when they actually try sitting volleyball, they sit on the ground, they feel exactly the same what they felt while they were doing volleyball. and many decide to stay and keep on their career and to have fun with us. Also, it's a very nice example. I come from Verona. We have a team there, which is the CUS Verona, the team of the University of Verona, that was born thanks to a project of the university. And there are some interns of the university that has to do some traineeship during their studies, and some of them come to us to be part of the team for a while, and many of them decided to stay because they enjoyed it so much. They they play the team team membership that we have, and the fun that the game is, because it's very challenging. It's very also semi-professional in a way, because we play at a national level with teams all around Italy, from all around Italy. And this year, with our club and with the help of a team which is based in Pordenone, it's called Altaresa, because Verona and Pordenone, we play together. The last 2 years we played together, the championship. We also played at an international level at the Euro League, which was in Fermo, in the center of Italy. And it was amazing because we played against the best players in Europe, people that played sitting volleyball for like 35 years, and it's amazing. In Italy, it's not so long that sitting volleyball has arrived. The national team is just few years that are born, but the Italian Volleyball Federation is putting a lot of effort to increase and improve. And this year we hosted the European Cup in October in Caorle, close to Venice. And the female team won the European Championship, and so they will participate in the Paralympics 2024 that will be held in Paris. So it's a huge win for the whole movement in Italy. It's growing so fast. There's always people coming from in all the teams around Italy, and so also the national teams are growing because more people are trying, more people are getting to know the game, and the numbers are growing, and so also the level is getting up. I got in touch thanks to European projects to sit in volleyball, and for me it was a shock. It's just 11 months that I'm playing city volleyball, sorry. But it was a first love site, because I've always pushed my way of inclusion in sport, because I've always played sport. I played football, a traditional sport which is called tamburello. It's mostly in the north. But I was the only person with disabilities in the team, and I played with all the others that had no disabilities. So I pushed my way. And when I found out that there is a sport that connects these two words, I found it amazing. It's a perfect example. This is also in the pictures. If we can go back 1 second to the flyer. Inclusion is a word that we wanted to put in the flyer to promote our team, because besides fun, it's a key word in this sport. And it's considered, luckily and rightfully, one of the most inclusive sport that you can find, because at a semi-professional, I would say, level, you can play together both people with physical disabilities and not. So it's amazing. Now, we still have time, if you want, for some questions regarding city volleyball. One? Do you need a microphone? No, maybe actually from here is also fine. Okay.
Except for the sitting volley fitting for such a methodology, for such a practice.
So, the possibilities for me are in a way endless, because you just need to put effort in wanting to find the right way to play sports in an inclusive way. In this case, city volleyball is just being sitting on the ground. Everybody is at the same level, everybody is sitting. Some people in our Italian national team had lost legs due to car accident. Maybe they were players before, and maybe at the beginning they thought, oh, I cannot play anymore. But then they realized that there were other people sitting on the ground and playing together. And even if you don't have disabilities, when you are on the ground, you have a different perspective, and you realize that it's not that difficult to be together and have the same goal to reach the same objective. Actually, I wanted to say something. I wrote it down because it's very important, and it connects my experience as a trainer of non-formal education and as an athlete of sitting volleyball. There are many connections between the two that I've managed to find out. It's like the planning that you do before the event, before the traineeship, the training course, and the planning that you do before a tournament. The teamwork that you have to build when you have a team that have the same goals. The problem solving, because during the season many problems comes out. Maybe some players got injured, maybe the level is not as you expect, so you have to come up with solutions. The conflict resolution, because in teams we are people, conflicts might emerge, but the ability of turning them down is one of the key to reach success. Getting out of the comfort zone. This is very important for me because I know it has never been, luckily, my story, but I know for sure that a lot of people with disabilities are in a way afraid of facing, getting out from the house where they have their safe bubble, and to go and push themselves into the world of sport in a way that is competitive. It needs to be also difficult, and it needs also to be there needs to be dedication. We have 2 trainings per week, plus the weekend we have the games, so you need to be there together as in a training course. And being proactive is also something important. You don't wait in a team, in a sitting volleyball or a volleyball team, you don't wait the others to solve the situation. You have to help your team to reach the situation, the solving of the situation. And one of the most important is taking responsibility. Each one has a personal responsibility and a team responsibility. The team responsibility is that your teammate needs to be in the right position to give you the perfect ball. Your responsibility is to be ready for that ball and be ready to close the ball. If each one takes the responsibility, the outcome cannot be bad. So that's important. Roberto.
All right. So, Dr. Elia Mosconi on stage. Online.
Buongiorno, mi sentite?
With translation.
Hi.
Are you going to speak in
Yes,
Italian?
with
Parlerai in
translation.
italiano? Parlerai in italiano, giusto?
Yes.
Va bene. Benvenuto.
Grazie, grazie a tutti. Buongiorno, buon pomeriggio ormai, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Sono il dottore Elia Mosconi, sono uno psicologo e sono specializzato in disabilità e sessualità. Faccio parte di questa associazione, Love Life, e ci occupiamo di promuovere la salute sessuale in persone con disabilità o senza disabilità. E lavoriamo in un'equipe multidisciplinare dove sono presenti anche altre figure professionali come fisioterapisti, educatori sessuali, dove appunto il corpo e il movimento del corpo svolgono un ruolo fondamentale per quello che facciamo.
So, yeah, good afternoon from Dr. Elia Mosconi, psychologist, expert and active in an association for sexual health together with other professional experts in the sector. Yeah.
Vi parlerò del concetto di marginalizzazione come disintegrazione dell'identità. Questo perché quando parliamo di minoranze come possono essere le persone con disabilità o altre minoranze rispetto alla società dove viviamo, parliamo del concetto di marginalizzazione come esclusione da gruppi sociali dove in realtà il soggetto può evolvere verso lo sviluppo della sua identità, soprattutto quando parliamo di ragazzi in età adolescenziale e con bambini.
Dr. Elia Mosconi will speak specifically about marginalization and of youth people with a focus on disintegration of identity. These aspects is particularly relating to exclusion of youth people from social groups, and that means that it also involves a few aspects concerning the emotional, the relational, the psychic sphere of youth adults.
Vi mostro questa slide dove sono riportati i dati rispetto alla somministrazione di antidepressivi negli ultimi anni, fino al 2019, e questo ci mostra come, secondo un modello biopsicosociale del concetto di salute, la salute e il benessere, che invece è la salute autopercepita dalle persone, si trovi in un momento in cui ha sicuramente bisogno di supporto su tutti i fronti, sia dal punto di vista psicologico che biologico che sociale, quindi il concetto di integrazione svolge un ruolo fondamentale in tutto ciò.
Yeah, is here with presenting a model with some figures, particularly relating to the antidepressive consumption in the population throughout Europe. That's, of course, very much related to the concept of health, and it relates to the support and integration of people.
Parliamo del concetto di eustress, diverso da quello di distress, ovvero un concetto in cui l'omeostasi del nostro sistema permette un continuo adattamento a nuovi stimoli ambientali, a nuovi ambienti che in qualche modo lo vanno a potenziare, mentre il concetto di distress si rivolge a quello stress negativo che molto spesso la nostra società ci porta a provare quando soprastimiamo i livelli di stress che possiamo in qualche modo sopportare.
There is a main division between the eustress against the distress. The first concept relates to somehow a positive stress based on the a personal perception of the stress, while the second concept defined as distress concern the negative stress related to define negative feelings.
Questa slide mostra come il concetto di ambiente sia fondamentale per la salute, può svolgere il ruolo di facilitatore o di barriera, in particolare per le persone con disabilità. Parliamo di un modello sociale in cui i fattori ambientali sono fondamentali per implementare quelle che sono le abilità sociali che molto spesso sono carenti e andare appunto a lavorare sull'integrazione e quindi l'implementazione delle abilità sociali.
Yes, this concept and the concept of environment, or even better, the context, is crucial as a social factor because it concerns aspects and opportunities for improvement and on which the individual can work and build on.
Gli stimoli intrinseci, ovvero quelli che il soggetto percepisce rispetto ai suoi modi di pensare, di comportarsi, sono fortemente influenzati da quelli che sono i suoi modelli. Quindi il lavoro di educatori e professionisti della salute in generale è quello appunto di motivare, tirar fuori le risorse intrinseche delle persone, che porta successivamente alla partecipazione attiva e a il focalizzarsi su quello che è l'apprendimento.
Intrinsic stimuli, the research shows that are very much influenced by role models, so person and individuals that the youth see as model. So in this case, the role of educators are crucial in order to nudge these stimuli and to channel them toward a positive direction.
Questi fattori che incrementano l'apprendimento possono essere genetici, quindi di predisposizione del soggetto, ma anche epigenetici, quindi quando la genetica incontra l'ambiente, e intrinseci, quindi quelli che vengono tirati fuori attraverso l'apprendimento, ma sono già all'interno delle abilità del soggetto, e i fattori ambientali, quindi noi professionisti della salute e gli ambienti dove andiamo a operare. Tutto questo favorisce l'apprendimento.
Health professional and in general professional that are involved in learning processes, of course they play a crucial role in shaping the opportunities and the learning opportunities for individuals.
Come ho detto prima, quanto è importante l'ambiente nell'adattare il soggetto a nuovi gruppi, a nuove esperienze, e quanto la diversità della persona permetta un arricchimento del gruppo e quanto il gruppo può portare all'arricchimento del soggetto quando va in qualche modo a colludere con questo nuovo sistema e a migliorare il suo adattamento.
The context is important in order to reach the opportunities and individuals and group toward the goal of enabling a correct learning.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have a time issue here, so I think that last slide, yes. Let's go for the last slide, because otherwise
Yes. One moment. Noi di Love Life siamo un'associazione appunto che promuoviamo la salute sessuale in persone con disabilità e non. Offriamo percorsi psicoeducativi sia a gruppi di individui con disabilità, sia a gruppi di persone che stanno soffrendo una patologia cronica che va in qualche modo a interferire con quella che è uno sano sviluppo della vita affettiva e sessuale, e ci proponiamo come educatori all'affettività e alla sessualità all'interno delle scuole, cosa che nel nostro territorio ancora ha bisogno di svilupparsi ulteriormente.
The organization Love Life, for which Dr. Elia Mosconi worked with, aims at promoting the psychoeducational, psychological support for group of people without disabilities and with disabilities, for promoting sexual and emotional information and education.
Lascio i miei contatti e quelli dell'associazione.
Here the contact for him, and about the organization. Thank you very
very
much,
much.
Elia Mosconi.
Thank you very much, Elia Mosconi. As you can see, we have contribution from every side around sport. Now it's time to travel to Pakistan. In a way, to travel to Pakistan. So, a goal to dream, Pakistan, breaking barriers through sport. A journey of Paolo Menescardi at Our People to Pakistan, and coming back with a sport documentary that now is starting to win awards all over Europe, maybe, or I don't know. You already saw him. Applause to Paolo Menescardi. I gave him the mic.
Thanks, Roberto. So, hello, everybody. I will be very fast, but thanks for this opportunity. Again, I'm Paolo Menescardi, President of Lorma, as well as a proud member of Mine Vaganti NGO Sport Branch. So the story of A Goal to Dream started during summer 2022 when we went to Pakistan with a group of people because we have a friend in Islamabad that is running an academy. The name is Yazir Rahman, and the academy is PPG Sports. So we went there, we did some training for sport football coaches, and then we decided to go to the north of the country for some tourism. And we ended up in the Yasin Valley, so it's a remote area, or really remote area of Pakistan in the north, almost close to Afghanistan, where outside the last village we saw that a group of girls was trying to play football. So together, regularly to play football, but without a pitch. They were in front of a river because a person that is quite particular gave them a place where they could play football without they just have some balls. So we started from Italy in order to, yes, help our friend, but also to discover which is the situation of the women in the world, in the country, especially related to the sport. And we went there, so we decided that that was the story we wanted to tell. And we started to do some interview to the girls in the valley. And then we created a kind of a documentary. So it's a Go to Dream documentary. It lasts 30 minutes. And so from a travel, from holiday, it became a documentary, and now it's a real social project because the idea is to raise funds to open the first female football academy in that region. So basically at the end of the documentary, when it will be shown, there's a call to action to a crowdfunding platform. In the meantime, we have candidated the documentary to some festival. It has been accepted. Also, we won a couple of prizes. And we started also the fundraising activities, so we need to thank IC Milan Foundation because they are giving us a contribution, and now the reality of opening the Female Football Academy is a reality. We are coming back at the end of April to the official opening of the academy, and so this is very briefly the story, and for us was kind of life-changing because we started to have a holiday and we came back with something that for our life was incredible. So if we have time, I think it's time to launch the trailer of the documentary.
Women, if I will talk about, there is a big discrimination in Pakistan, especially the women. In some areas, the people don't let the women out of the doorstep. So they are just living in homes and they are just far away from the education in this century. So the rich people send their kids in foreign countries for the studies, but the others are suffering.
The girls here mostly are like, they don't go after what they want. They just sacrifice all their feelings, all their each and everything they want, just to make people happy. It's not that you have to make people happy. You have to please yourself. You live for yourself. You don't live for them. And we used to have sessions to inspire people to achieve their dreams and this and that, but their parents won't send them.
They encourage only boys. Girls have talent, but villagers said you are not well in sport. People say, but they have talent. They want to boost up their talent. But villagers said that you are girls. Why you are playing? Sports are only with boys. Girls are nothing.
This is the river.
They said she's a girl, she's not good girl, she play football in front of boys, so she's not girl, she is shameless.
They are talking about religion, sir, but they are not adopting that religion, sir. Adopting a religion says that boys and girls both are equal, both have equal rights. But some people are thinking that girls should live in home, they should dress properly, not playing football, only bound to live in homes.
It's a men's side, so it's forbidden for you, it's not our culture, you are doing wrong, so you are wearing shorts.
We have not proper kit, we have not balls, we have not training, but we have talent, we can do.
I always advise other girls who used to be shy, said these people who are discouraging you will gonna also clap for you when you become a good star, a good keeper, a good footballer, a good human being. So their people come and do like this in front of me nowadays.
First, my dream is to grow up my country to develop countries. I will take my country to the international level also. No one can stop us, sir.
My personality is so changed when I started football. Everyone knows me, everyone respects me. If I am ordinary girl, no one knows me. Like, it gives me a strong personality, it gives me strong look even.
My family are support us now. My villagers are said that you are not playing football. It's my mother and father dream, my parents' dream. And I am in football team. I play international level.
Thank you, Paolo Menescardi. To mention that is gonna be in some platform. If I can say Prime, and you are negotiating with some other. Okay. It's a nice story. An holiday with purpose, then became a project, a documentary, and who knows? Maybe it's just the beginning of a social project. Is already the beginning of a social project. Well, I can make a joke. Can I make a joke? Paolo Menescardi is a supporter of Inter Milan. I am supporter of AC Milan. And the fact that AC Milan is supporting this documentary and is presenting it as an incredible project for his life is so funny for me, but that's something among us. All right, guys. Thank you, Paolo, again. If you want to watch the documentary, you will find all the information along with the conference information, ICSE information. If you want to donate for the social project, there is as well a platform. We are happy to be a contributor of this project and to be as much as we can as a help for the cause. I mean, it's one of the project where you can see social impact and you can see something happening for real. Are we ready for the next? Fantastic. So, session 14A. ETS, again, Education Through Sport, Gender Equity in Sport. Mr. Pedro Dias, we know him, is a former Olympic athlete in judo, so don't mess with him. What else? Now he's somehow connected with the International Olympic Committee. I think he's speaking straight from Switzerland. And yeah, are we ready? Yes. Pedro, are you with us?
Yes, good afternoon.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much for the invitation to be one more year in this conference. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm sorry, but it's been today a crazy day. I was just defending my master, so but everything went well, and now I can be here with you. And once again, thank Roberto and Maria for the invitation.
Thank you, Pedro, for being with us for the third consecutive time. As I said last year, you excelled in everything you tried. When you were an athlete, when you were a project manager in European project, in some of the projects we were mentioning, and now you are there in Switzerland. I don't know how much I can say about that, but now you are also fighting for gender equality at many levels. So the floor is yours. Applauso.
Thank you very much. So I will share my screen with you. I have a small presentation, okay? Okay. Okay, yes, I think you can see my screen, right? Yes. Okay, well, let me introduce you. You already know my name. I'm Pedro Dias. I'm from Portugal. I'm an Olympian in judo, and recently I'm the IOC Gender Equality and Inclusion Manager. Today I'm going to talk to you about gender equality in sport. So although we know that gender equality is not a specific issue from sport, this is a problem for the society, and unfortunately we can see it in all the different areas of society. Sport represents a great platform to empower women and girls to a better future. Unfortunately, in the Olympic Charter until 1996, there was basically no reference for women in sport. Only after that year, that the change started in the Olympic movement. First with the Olympic Agenda 2020, but at this time it was mainly focused in the field of play. What does this mean? It was focused basically with the athletes. Okay, from this document, it came the IOC Gender Equality Review Project. That was the first time I was engaged with the document, and more recently we have the Olympic Agenda 2020 plus 5, which is not only in the field of play but also out of field of play. So with this document, we have now what we call our Bible, which is the Gender Equality and Inclusion Objectives for 2021-2024. So these objectives, they are divided in a very simple framework that can be implemented by any organization in any part of the world, regardless of the sport or the dimension. So I'm going to show you the framework as the IOC, but you can imagine this framework for any other organization. So we have 4 dimensions: the IOC as an organization, the IOC as owner of the Olympic Games, the IOC as leader of the Olympic movement, and Olympism in society. And then we have 5 focus areas. So participation, leadership, safe sport, portrayal, and resource allocation. Also in 2021, during the Gender Generation Equality Forum that took place in Paris, organized by UN Women, the IOC made 2 commitments. First one, to consolidate gender equality in the Olympic Games, and the second one, to accelerate gender balance in sport leadership. So we go we go now through the spheres that I just mentioned you before. The IOC, we walk the talk. So we have to be role models. We cannot only make requests and solicitations to the Olympic movement and not being doing the work at home. So between 2013 and 2023, which is the mandate from our president Thomas Bach, you see that we went from 27 to 33% of women in the executive board members, from 21 to 41%, almost the double as IOC members, from 18 to 24 as IOC commission chairs, and from 20 to 50% of IOC commission positions. So you see there's a big change inside of the organization. I can also show you this information, and it's almost first-hand information. Not many people know about this. So for the Olympic Games in Paris, after 100 and something years of Olympic Games, for the first time we will have 50% quota participation for female athletes. In Tokyo, we were almost there, 48%, but in Paris, it will be 50% of quota. In terms of gender equality sports, in terms of athlete numbers, we will have 28 out of 32. In terms of sport with equal number of medal events, we will have 29 out of 32. And in terms of mixed events, we will have an increase from 18 to 20. Something also really important is the progress in the competition schedule. In Paris, you're not going to see all the male finals in the important in the prime time, and the women finals in some random schedules. That's not going to happen anymore. I can even tell you that the last marathon that is going to take place on the last Sunday, it's going to be the women's marathon, where general public can participate also in that marathon. And the last event, normally it's the men's football game, it will be the women's football game. So big changes in the schedule. But unfortunately, not everything is it's perfect. So if you look to the National Olympic Committee's delegations for Tokyo 2020, in terms of coaches, we have 13%. If we go team management, we are talking about chef de mission and deputy chef de mission, we are about 17%. Team leaders, 19%. Medical officials, 28%. And other NOC personnel, 29%. And you see this line in the 30%, and we didn't reach the 30% in any of these areas. And the 30% is the minimum that the IOC advises for the sport organizations to reach. And you can see in none of these areas we managed to reach that number. If we go to the leadership of the National Olympic Committees, the scenario is not very good also, except for Oceania, that it's with 37% average of women in the executive boards. All the other continents, and we have Africa, the Americas, and Europe with a very similar number, and Asia way below. So there's a lot of space here for improvement, and still again far away from the 30% minimum recommendation that the IOC, and this recommendation has already a couple of years. If we go to general assemblies, the numbers are even lower. We know that most of the times general assemblies are composed by the national federations, but it's necessary to implement strategies so these numbers increase. And also because the general assemblies, it's a pathway to reach the executive boards. In terms of the international federations, if we go for the international technical officials at the games in Tokyo, we had 32%, and technical officials, we are talking about referees and all the other technicians that help specifically on the sport. And for Paris 2024, we still don't have the data, but I can tell you that 8 international federations have committed to have 50% of ITOs. And from those 8, World Triathlon and hockey, they have already publicly announced that there will be 50% from each gender. If we go to the leadership of international federations, you can also see that the numbers are still away from being terrific. So we only have 14 IFs that reach or surpassed the minimum of 30%. Only two of them have 50-50 genders in their executive boards, and we are talking about rowing and most recently athletics. So and you can see that 24 still didn't reach this number. What is the IOC doing, and how are we supporting the Olympic movement? Well, we are providing strategy and guidance expertise. We have, like I told you, the objectives, and we also have idea for actions for NOCs and IFs. We have a toolkit regarding the safeguarding for athletes and harassment and abuse in sport, and we also have the portrayal guidelines. We also have information and good practice sharing. So we have our web page. We have the NOCNet, which is a specific tool only for Olympic committees. We provide individual feedback and support to NOCs and IFs. We also have a LinkedIn group, which I invite you, all of you, to be part of this group. The group in LinkedIn, it's called Working Towards Gender Equality in Sport. So in this group, we promote everything that it's happening in the world regarding gender equality in sport, and we also ask people to promote what they are doing. And we also have a series of webinars that we have done in the past, and they are available online for free. I can tell you that in this precise moment, I'm working in a best practices collection document. This came from my European projects background. So we are collecting best practices from the national Olympic committees, from the international federations, but also from the external stakeholders. So, for example, Paulo, we could see there before, he has a great example of what represents a best practice in the area. And yeah, so basically, this is my presentation, and I'm after this presentation available for any question. And I will finish with the motto of the IOC: faster, higher, stronger, but together. Because alone, it's much difficult, or we will take much longer to reach our objectives. I will just now try to get out of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Pedro. You still with us? Can you hear me? No. Left. Okay. I had just a question, a curiosity. Okay, then we'll go to the other session. Again, inclusion in terms of disabilities. So the session is going to be led by Dr. Maria Jose Macia Andreu, representing the faculty of Murcia, UCAM in Spain. And her presentation is about dual career of students, athletes with disabilities. Hello, Maria. Maria is not, Maria that is calling another Maria, because actually my international name is Maria, so it's like calling myself, but I think there is some technical difficulties in this moment, maybe.
Yes,
okay,
can you hear me?
Oh, ciao Maria, now
Yes,
we can hear
properly?
you. Yes. I was just about of introducing the cooperation among us, because it's a long-lasting cooperation that was started, I think, already 5 years ago and generated several mutual projects along as publication. We have one still on the pot, right, to be published in the recent future, but this one we can spoil it right now. Okay, I will leave you the floor virtually. I will leave you the floor to your presentation.
Okay, so good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank
to the organizers of the conference, to Maria and Roberto for the invitation. I'm Maria Jose Maciandreo. I'm professor and researcher at the Catholic University of Murcia in Spain. And the topic that I am going to discuss today about is dual career of student athletes with disabilities. Sorry, I cannot, okay. Well, first of all, it's worth mentioning that usually high-level athletes face difficulties when combining their sporting career with the studies and or work. This is important to take into account when it comes to their transition, when they finish their sports career and they have to start earning a living sometimes in a different way. So in this regard, dual career has been known as a positive way to help and to support these high-level athletes. But what do we understand as dual career? Just to briefly summarize, it's just the challenge of being able to reconcile the sports career with studies or with work. In this sense, the European Commission has highlighted the benefits of these dual career programs in different sectors. For example, one of the benefits concerns to the health. It is stated that dual career can decrease the stress levels, also to foster good health habits of the athletes. Also, when it comes to their development, not only their sporting development, but also their personal and educational development. Dual career also has positive effects in the social context of the athlete, promoting networking, for example. And mainly, the two last benefits that I have also explained before is that dual career is going to allow the high-level athletes to properly retire from a sport, and also is going to provide more and better employment opportunities. For these reasons, dual career, it is considered one of the key principles in the white paper on sport. But also, when it comes to high-level athletes, we need to take into account also athletes with disabilities. Take into account that in the European Union, we are approximately 87 million of people with disabilities. And usually, they have less chance to develop a professional sports career than people with no disabilities at all. Because, of course, it is difficult to develop a professional sports career, but apart from the barriers that usually they encounter, there are another ones, just mainly because of their condition. To solve and to start thinking about how to solve this problem, we need to take into account that we need to provide an holistic approach to the problem, taking into account all the stakeholders. For example, universities, NGOs, federations, sports clubs. So at the end, we all must work together in this commitment. And mainly because in the last decades, high-level parasport is expanding. So we need to develop and create a good dual career structure to support a student athlete with disabilities. Also, mainly because although there is a lot of scientific literature when it comes to dual career, it is not in the same way when we look for information about dual career for athletes with disabilities. So at the end, all the projects are, we can say, like a kind of recent, yeah. mainly because what I have explained before, I would like to introduce the Paralimits project that we have recently finished, and it's related to this, to the real career of student athletes with disabilities. This project was co-founded by the Erasmus Plus program, and among the partners, we can find several universities, for example, UCAM University from Spain, for Italico, from Italy, also UNEFS from Romania, Politecnico de Viseu from Portugal, and University of Limerick from Ireland. But also other organizations such as the Student Athlete, the Student Athlete Network from Malta, and also the Paralympic Spanish Committee, Fundación ONCE, and an association calling Collective Innovation from Norway. We have been working for some years, and just to summarize a little bit, the starting point of the project was to be able to conduct a literature review in all the participating countries, just to know about the state of art, mainly focusing in, for example, legislation, good practices, projects. Then, after we had this information, we started with quantitative research through the development and implementation of questionnaires to know about the barriers of high-level student athletes with disabilities. And finally, through a qualitative approach, we discussed all these quantitative data in focus groups with all the stakeholders. I mean, with federations, universities, okay, to properly know how to approach all the barriers that were mentioned in the questionnaires. With all of this, we developed several documents, several resources that, of course, are all open access and free. So I am going just to highlight the main points of them. We start with the, it's like a kind of infography, just highlighting what is the Paralimit project about, the main findings, the innovative tools that have been created, and the future lines of action, okay? Then one of the most important resources we have created along this project was the European Handbook, Paralimits, Dual Career and Disability and Sport, where we collected all the information from the project and some ideas, guidelines. Yeah, so you can scan it, you can have access, and of course, we will be glad to have some feedback if you consider it necessary. And probably the most important resource, it is the course, the open course that was created just to help all the stakeholders to start making the first steps to properly provide support to the student athletes with disabilities. Okay, so at the end, it's open to everyone. It doesn't matter your background, it doesn't matter your position. That I think that could be so useful for you. So you can enter, it is divided in different modules with where you can find video lectures, activities, tests, also when you finish each of the modules. And once you have completed the course, you can get a certificate also. So, well, I hope that it could be useful for you. And I encourage you to keep working in this topic, to have a look to the resources. Of course, I remain at your disposal. There you have my email contact. So just in case you want to share your experiences, to provide feedback, or to ask further information about the project, feel free to do so. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much for your job in sharing your tools. Now I would like to give the words of someone that is living every day actually this amazing space. So an athlete, former athlete, right? Students, coach, and now worker here at La Sapienza Sport. Dr. Alberto Antinori is gonna be the ambassador for La Sapienza Sport and tell us his experience here.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm here to have a quick speech about my experience here in Sapienza. So the first time I came here, I came as a soccer and athletic athlete. So now I'm an ex-athlete, but in my sports career here, I found a context where there is a great social inclusion, both for the gender inclusion and for the inclusion of the student coming from the territories that are not Italian. So I have the opportunity to know other people from other countries and to establish friendship with them also outside the sport center, so in everyday life. Then I had the opportunity and the pleasure to become a coach and athletic trainer here in Sapienza, so I have the pleasure to apply what I have studied at the university. And then I was able to offer my contribution here to make the sporting part grow of the sporting center, and I can say that there is a sporting center where the values of sport, such as respect and the solidarity, the victory and defeat, are transposed to the work we do here, and these make a very serene, peaceful, stimulating climate to work, and hopefully I think I can do even better here in the few years. Thank you.
What sports are you coaching?
Okay. I'm coaching, I'm an athletic trainer for the athletics, so sprinters in the specific, and I work at the gym, and now this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberto. And now there is a coffee break, so a moment to have a refreshment downstairs in Clubhouse, and we will see in 20 minutes.
Okay, we are here with Mattia Gordioli. Thank you for joining our interview. This is ICSE 2023 International Conference on Sport and Education again, and we're really glad to have you here, that you had such a speech, which is personally really inspiring. We can deep in more into the topic, since you are a coach and a trainer in the framework on non-formal education. Not only that, but also a professional athlete in the city volley sport. So, as you already say in your presentation, your speech, sports can be an important tools for inclusion and for having a more to have more integration in our society. Can be a really strong tools. Starting from your own experience with this sitting volley, can I ask you to tell us, to the audience, to the public, more about your experience, your personal experience, how that sports help you out so much in your, not only in your career, sport career, but also in your daily life? What's the impact of doing such a practice in your whole life?
Good evening, first of all. So, yes, sport in general is such a powerful tool in all its features. Like there's education, sport, education through sport, by sport, and for sport. All of them are important. All of them are essential to have growth that is fulfilled in the end. Because education through sport helps you to understand that you will face difficulties during your life, even outside the sport area, sport field, but you will be able to overcome these difficulties if you put enough strength and willingness in doing that. Education for sport and by sport will help you to stay fit, to stay healthy, in good health, and so the combination of the three is the best option to feel good, to be good.
Thank you. We had the chance to watch you actually in the on a national level, right? How did you feel about that, and what's the next goal to reach for you?
It was such an honor to be called by the national team first, and then to be selected to be part of the team that hosted and played in the Euro Cup, European Championship, that was held in Caorle in October this year. It was my first official games with the national teams, besides a tournament that we had in this summer in the Netherlands. But this was official, so it was totally different. I didn't play a lot because there are a lot of experienced players that play since years, and I'm just 11 months playing this sport. So just being part of that team was a real honor. Then putting on the blue shirt with the Italian flag, it's amazing. The goals are for me to improve. I feel like I'm newbie in the sport, even though I already participated in important events. So I always put myself in the shoes of a person that wants to keep growing, to set new goals every training, to see the betterment of my skills in every game that I play during the season. So tomorrow morning, actually, I have to leave in a while because I have the train to go back, because tomorrow morning we will have the first tournament of the season in Pordenone. So I'm looking forward to that, first of all, and then to the season in the Italian Championship, and I hope to still be part of the Italian national team this year.
And we're looking forward to watch you as well, performing so well as you did the last time. Thank you so much, Mattia Gordioli, for joining us, and we're looking forward to see you next time. Thank you. 2023 siamo qui con Roberto Solinas, presidente di Mineva Canti NGO e co-organizzatore di ICSE 23, la conferenza internazionale sullo sport e l'educazione, nel framework dell'educazione non formale. Questo è un percorso, dottor Solinas, che è cominciato ben diversi anni fa, è il terzo appuntamento. È un percorso internazionale perché vede una prima fase a Sassari, una seconda a Berlino e adesso torniamo a casa a Roma, dove tutto è cominciato. Ci piacerebbe che lei ci potesse fare, se lei potesse fare un excursus di qual è stata l'idea che ha portato all'origine, insomma, un po' di un percorso in questo settore e perché lo sport ha una visione, una macroarea così importante nell'attività dell'organizzazione.
Bene, allora, un percorso che in realtà inizia tanti anni fa, perché io sono sempre stato un grande appassionato di sport, sì, da quando ero bambino, fruitore televisivo, praticante fino a un certo punto, ma comunque col tempo sono diversi gli sport che quantomeno ho approcciato e ho provato a praticare. Dal punto di vista professionale ho cercato di unire la passione per lo sport con quella per l'educazione, per quella per i progetti, per creare valore attraverso un'idea che diventa progetto, che diventa impatto sociale, che diventa muovere persone e dare qualcosa alle persone al di là di quello, ma con una dinamica anche di business che ci deve essere sempre, se no perdi anche un po' certi stimoli o non hai le risorse per fare e generare impatto sociale. Quindi diciamo che negli ultimi 15 anni dal punto di vista professionale sono partito come un educatore, la non formal education, come giustamente dice lei, educazione attraverso lo sport, la metodologia education through sport da partecipante, da formatore e adesso da ricercatore, perché alla fine c'è stato un dottorato di ricerca nel quale ho investigato, ho fatto ricerca sull'impatto di questa metodologia. Unitamente a questo, ovviamente, la dinamica della nostra organizzazione che prova a organizzare un discorso di conferenze ibride e mettendo insieme le nostre anime, quindi l'anima non formale, l'anima formale, la ricerca accademica, gli atleti, gli sport club, le federazioni, i vari attori che sono anche attorno al movimento sportivo e allo sport come educazione, quindi tutto quello che può essere il turismo legato allo sport, quello che può essere un discorso imprenditoriale legato allo sport e via discorrendo. Quindi per arrivare al 2021, quando a Sassari c'è la prima conferenza e il format piace a noi, inizia a creare un certo discorso di community e che allarghiamo l'anno scorso a Berlino e adesso qua la Sapienza ci ospita. Lei ha detto dove tutto è iniziato, io sono un former student alla Sapienza University e quindi tornare qui è un po' come quando uno dice chiudi un cerchio, ma ne riapre subito un altro perché nel 24, lo possiamo già dire, penso a quest'ora, è ufficiale la conferenza ICSE continua, il progetto continua, la community va avanti, cresce, online, offline, ICSE in Turchia, welcome next year, November 2024. Sono stato troppo lungo?
Assolutamente, e non vediamo l'ora a questo punto di poter prendere parte e sapere gli sviluppi futuri in un contesto sempre più internazionale come quello della Turchia. Tendiamo con ansia novità e la ringraziamo innanzitutto per aver dato il contributo e aver dato risposte interessanti.
A voi. Non so se vuoi fare una domanda in inglese.
Ok, let's switch.
No, gli altri tanto facevano una cosa al volo in inglese.
Facciamo in inglese.
Is better? Right. So, if Ali is ready, we can start this remote presentation from Antalya to Rome. And before starting the session, I just want to also say some words about Dr. Koçak. He's my first bachelor student when I started as a research assistant, then postgraduate student, and it will be also first time together in academic world together. So if Ali is ready, I want to see from here and start and say hello and then start the session. Ali? Okay. Hi, Ali.
Hi.
You hear us?
First of all, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. The floor is yours, and
all,
thank you very much again.
Thank you very much for your invitation, first of all. And I'm very glad to be here with you and other organization team also. Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ali Koçak. I am a lecturer at Akdeniz University, and also I am an advisor in some sports travel agency in Turkey, in Antalya. So today my presentation is football tourism in Turkey. First of all, football industry. Football, I don't want to tell something about the history of the football. For the tourism after 1990s, football become a major industry. So for the tourism, football story starts after 1990s actually. So the development of after these years, the development of the football sector has also brought about the development of relations with other sectors. One of these sectors is tourism. Because people travel to play football, some of teams and also travels to watch football events in stadiums or visit football-related tourist spots. So that's why the history starts in 1990s between the football and tourism. So football tourism exists some parts. One of them is club and the national tournaments and cups that continue actually whole year. And also there is one part team summer camp and the winter camp organizations. Actually, this is the very important part of the football tourism, and this is a seasonal period. Also, we can say this is the pre-season organizations or preparations, and in the middle of the year for the football, there is also camping that we call winter camp. This is also preparation for the second part of the season. So as we understood from this, football tourism is a type of tourism that can be continue all the year because the tournaments and the cups is continue all the year, not just the winter camp or summer camp. So about the Turkey, major camp destinations we can see in the winter camp destination is very famous in Antalya. So the summer camp destination, Bolu and Afyon is the very major destination and cities, we can say. This destination is choosing by the club because the environment, because the weather cost, the climate, and the accommodation facilities. Also, these cities are very accessible destination, accessible cities. There's a direct flight or so close from the airports. That's why also one of the reason. And also the quality of the fields is very high in this destination. So the winter camp in Antalya, firstly, in 1990s, only 25 teams. This is not from the abroad, from Turkey, inside the Turkey, 25 football teams used to camp in Antalya. But today, from 85 different countries, nearly 2,000 teams from all of the world, we can say 85 countries, now is camping in Antalya. So Antalya has the capacity to host 500 football teams at the same time, with 200 football fields meeting in FIFA standards. The total is more than 200, but with the FIFA standards, there is a 200 football field in Antalya. So exactly, Antalya is the sea coast of the Turkey, and the tourism continue normal. It was used to continue only in summertime. With the football camp tourism, it starts to continue 12 months. It means whole year. So this is the one of the most important thing for tourism. What is the meaning of the football tourism? So tourism now is 12 months. This is very important for the tourism sector of the Turkey as well. So Antalya, this is the some of the football teams that comes to Antalya last year for the camp. One of them is Napoli, as you see, from Italy, Crystal Palace from England, Toulouse from French, Charleroi Westerlo from Belgium, Fortuna Start from Germany, Hull City also one of the English team, but not just from the Europe, also from the other countries like Saudi Arabia, like Morocco. Lots of team is coming to Antalya for camping. So this is the one of view, the one of hotel in Antalya. As you see, the camping facility and the camping football field, like inside the hotel. This is one photo, very important place in Antalya, Gloria Sports Arena. There is also stadium inside the hotel. So summer camps actually it was not very famous from the. It is not very interesting for the Europe country teams because the weather condition in Europe not need to come Turkey for the summer because also in the summer season lots of European countries very cold, and also Antalya, for example, Antalya team, Antalya Sport also is going to outside for camping because the weather condition is very hot in Antalya, like 50, 55 degrees. But step by step, Afyon and the Bolu became the major destination with the weather conditions because the weather conditions in this area is like 25 degree. This is what football needed actually to play. So nowadays, Bolu, over the 170, Afyon is more than 80 teams hosting the exactly the south part of the Europe teams, like not the Europe teams, but sorry, out of Europe, the south part, the Saudi Arabian, Qatar. For these countries is more, the temperature is more higher than Turkey, so they are camping in Europe also, but they start to camp in Turkey also. And this destination is new for the camping, but for the summer season, also lots of Turkish team camping in this area. This is the climate, this city is climatic reasons hosting the teams. Also, not from all Europe or Saudi Arabia, the Arabian part, also from Russian, Azerbaijan, with the Arab countries. Bolu is hosting the teams with the 20 training fields. Afyon hosts some European, Arab, and African countries, like more than 16 training fields now, new 2 open, and total is 18 training fields now. Afyon city additionally preferred by football clubs due to its thermal hotels and high mineral waters. This is also very important for the Afyon, and between the Afyon and Antalya by bus. It's 3 hours by bus. That means that like 250 kilometers. Also, Antalya has all destination flights, and it is very rich, the Afyon by Antalya flight. So as a result, especially because winter camps held in region where tourism is promoted in summer, they contribute significantly to local economy during the winter season. Additionally, since summer camps take the place in areas with winter tourism, they provide economic contribution to the region during the summer season. So this is one of my photo in Afyon last year. We host one Super League Altay football club from Saudi Arabia. So this is from last summer, and on the field, football field. So thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, and thank you again. Okay, this side. Huh? Thank you, Ali. It was really interesting. As I said, as a real life experience, you try to show us. Now? Now? Microphone change. I think this okay, thank you. I have one question, but before my question, I would like to ask the audience, do you have any comments? Any questions? You wanna? Okay.
Hello, Ali. Thank you for your presentation. Did you hear me? Emre Güler.
Yes, I can hear. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much for your invitation.
Ali, I wonder that what potential for other regions of Turkey regarding football tourism, except Antalya, Afyon, and Bolu? What do
Also,
you think about it?
this is the major cities. That's why I put these cities. Also, there is example on the west coast of Turkey. There is a Kuşadası is also with the temperature is available for the winter camp, and also because the Turkey is because of the weather conditions, one of the I can say one of the best destination for the all seaside, sea coast part is available for the summer camp, but for the winter cup, for the summer camp destinations, there is also some, like Eskişehir also is hosting some clubs, but this is not international clubs. That's why I couldn't pronounce the city as a major city. But there is a high potential, actually, all of the Turkey. Exactly for example, I live in Antalya. In the Antalya, if in the some of the season, you can swim, and if you go far, like still you are in Antalya, 1 hour away from the sea, you can make skiing. Such a weather conditions we have. So that's why in the winter camp season or summer camp season, that's why we are hosting 2,000 team. Not in Antalya, but all of the Turkey is available, but still need good fields, football fields. So step by step, it will develop.
Okay, Ali. Now, this, okay. One more question, but very short answer. The question is, you mentioned 1990s it started this football tourism in Antalya started with 20 teams and 200 and more right now. When you check the tourism academic research, did you see enough papers, academic research papers? What's your observation?
Of course, no, because it's very fastly it actually developed, and it starts 1919s, but we can say last 10 years it develops like such a 2,000 team hosting in 1 year. So that's why is academically not enough to paper on it.
Okay, thank you very much again, Ali. Best wishes to Antalya. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you. As I realized, we need to, when I check the program, we have to go as a remote, one more presentation. Yeah. And Roberto, floor is yours.
Now, a couple of words. The last session, 17, building a dual career path for athletes, from Professor Vincent S. Guerra, Faculty Research Coordinator and College of Teacher of Education, Department of Secondary Education in Palawan State University from the Philippines. This is recorded.
Good day, everyone. Buongiorno. My name is
Yes.
Vincent Isguera of Puerto Princesa City, Palawan, Philippines. Today, I will be presenting a talk on relevance and determination of employability among former student athletes, the Palawan State University experience. This talk is based on research that was conducted last semester of school year 2021-2022. In the year 2018-2019, the Palawan State University introduced a new program called the Palawan State University Bachelor of Physical Education. This program currently has 186 enrolled students, with a significant portion of them being student athletes. Despite the university having produced a notable number of student athlete graduates, their employment rates have not been remarkable. Additionally, the researchers have not come across any similar tracer study conducted at Palawan State University, which focus on former student athletes. Therefore, it is imperative to carry out a tracer study on the employment profiles of these graduates. To inspire better employability outcomes and shed lights on the factors that can assist future graduates with a similar educational background, this study will show the relevance of employability of former student athletes and trace the possible benefits of being student athletes in terms of employability. Therefore, conducting an employment profile tracer study is indeed essential, as it can provide valuable insights into factors that enhance employability for future graduates with similar educational backgrounds. Such studies can identify trends in job placements in the educational system, all of which can motivate both students and institutions to adapt and prepare graduates better for the job market. The study is descriptive research and relied on a validated questionnaire from previous studies. The respondents' demographic and employability profiles were determined through the questionnaire. The study's respondents include 60 students, athletes, who completed their degrees between 2018 and 2022. In light of the absence of prior research concerning the employability of student athletes majoring in physical education, this research aims to bridge the relevance and determinants of employability among former student athletes. The primary objective is to investigate whether the employability of student athletes is significantly influenced by factors related to their academic performance, athletic skills, or a combination of both. Based on the findings of the study, there were 12 respondents between 21 to 22 years old, and about 20 of them, or 36.4%, is in the age of 23 to 24 years old. Respondents who are 8 years old are in the 25 to 26 years old bracket, while 7 respondents between 27 and 28 years old, and 4 respondents did not mention their age. Majority of the respondents are females, equivalent to 32 or 58.2%, while there are 23 male respondents, equivalent to 41.8%. There are 27.3% of the respondents who graduated in the year 2019-2020, and 45.5% of the respondents graduated in the year 2020-2021. However, there are only 2 respondents who graduated in the year 2022. In terms of their distribution according to sports event, there are 33 or 60.
Okay, guys. I've been informed that we have some time issues because we've been late, because the presentations they were so how to say interesting, interactive at the end, and applause for Professor Vince. As it is a recorded presentation, it will be available for all of you to get till the end when the results are there. You know, for research is also a logical path to get to the end. So I have a couple of things to say. I would like to thank all of you for your presence today. I know we tried our best to make it hybrid, and I would like to thank the organizer, fantastic team that work behind the scenes, technicians, Johannes de Val, that is the man behind most of this. All the speakers, the Sapienza University for hosting us, as the partners, the participants, the students, but this is not over. Okay, first of all, I have some certificates which I have absolutely no idea how we're gonna to give to students and speakers, but I will keep with me because now we are going to the clubhouse and there will be the poster moment for students. Students, you've been here all day waiting for this moment. That's how we managed to have this negotiation. You stay with us 9 hours and then. All right, I would like to thank all the people that were following in the streaming. I believe there were some moments where we had an unexpected number of people. The good thing about streaming and all the technicians supported us, we're gonna have this video and it's gonna be there forever. So you can watch it again and again. 8 hours. Okay, so I would like to here to join me, Professor Volkan Aldintas. I believe that I'm not making any mistake if I invite only you, because first of all, thanking you for helping us. Applause for Volkan. And I believe you have an announcement, and as in the program, it's incredible. We are perfectly on time. What time is it now? Yeah, we have 7 minutes. We can do in 3. And then we go to the clubhouse. So, announcements, official closure. Maria is not here at the moment, but we'll have a moment with her as well downstairs. On my side, I would like just to thank you very much. ICSE community will go on, will grow, and will have a future beside all the project idea that we had and we showed today. And the official closing and the final words, I will leave it to Volkan, because he has a surprise, and you are all invited somewhere in the future. Thank you again.
I would like to thank Roberto, his team, all partners. As I indicated early in the morning, this is as official partner from İzmir Katip Çelebi University as a academic and scientific partner. Started with Berlin. It was the second time. Now it's third time in Rome. And now, as we discussed from last days and up to now, I would like to announce that next year, 2024, our conference will be in İzmir at Katip Çelebi University. So you are all invited. And I would like to also thank to my dean. We also discussed with our rectorate and all responsible people all together. We will host you, and we are all waiting to you this time, next year this time. I hope that with sunny weather and with nice surprises to Izmir. So let's keep in touch. And again, thank you very much, all your team and also students all together, as you said, 9 hours together. Thank you, and wish you to see in Izmir. Bye-bye.
Okay. I promise I wouldn't have talk anymore, but apparently I made a mistake. Student presentation, they are happening here, right? You know better than me. So, Maria, help me out. Here, it's happening here.
Actually, I'm calling here in the floor Gianangelo Boccuzzi, Dr. Gianangelo Boccuzzi, who is the guardian angel of all the future designers and talented. Thank you very much, Gianni. So this is the moment, the last drop of energy for you guys. I know you were waiting all day for this specific moment and that you work since 1 month, no, together with you. So I'll give you the words to Gianangelo to present the student challenge, and then the microphone goes to you, who are the really protagonists, and you're going to introduce your poster presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Yes, I'm gonna keep it short. Just a couple of words on the antefactum. We published this challenge for the students of the Faculty of Event Management and Communication of La Sapienza University to invite them to create concepts, innovative concepts in the field of events, organization of events, and something related to their curricular pathway. And so we worked. We decided to give them a white sheet on how to create a concept and select a topic within the sport domain. And I was totally surprised in noticing that all the topics they choose were ambitious, very ambitious, and innovative. And namely, they just got the point at the first shot. I mean, they chose inclusion, sustainability, and sport tourism as a topic of their work, unknowingly, because they didn't know what our conference were focused on. So I was totally surprised in noticing a high quality of work and how the concept they chose were perfectly fit the topic and all that we are speaking about today in this conference. So they will present their work now in the next minutes. And I will leave the floor to the 3 groups of students. Evil Lab will start, and then in a row, Strategic Killers and Good Vibes Event will close the presentations. And so I leave the floor to them. And thank you for your work and for your availability. I had the pleasure to mentor them in the last weeks, and we will proceed. We will go on in the work, and hopefully we will cooperate in the next month on the topics they are exploring. Okay. So thank you very much. I want to thank you, and congrats also with our organization. I'm Gianangelo. I work with Mina Vaganti NGO in the design fields, and I'm very happy for the result of this conference, and very honored to be here today with a lot of professional and academics here. And so thank you very much, and I leave the floor to them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are so glad to be here today. We would like to introduce to you our idea of a sporting event that promotes inclusivity and encourages people to celebrate their true selves. In our society, sometimes it's really hard to fit into because of the barriers that built the society itself. With our event, we want to break down all these barriers, deleting all kinds of discrimination, promoting instead social inclusion. We find that discrimination is most for disabled people. They are 87 million in Europe. And doing some research for our event, we found out the absence of protocols or methodologies that let people with disabilities and able-bodied people compete at the same level in sports. With our event, we want to compensate for this lack because we think this is a huge lack for the event panorama, creating a methodology that is suitable for use for the other events as well. Our primary target will be vulnerable people and everyone who wants to join our event because we want this event to be for everyone and everyone to feel included and accepted.
The goals we want to achieve with our project are promote and spread a methodology for organizing events to ensure equal participation of both disabled and able-bodied individuals. This applies not only to participating in the sports activities, but also to organizing the activities and the events. Then we want to encourage the organization of sport events that are easily accessible to people with different types of disabilities, and to improve the psychological attitude and self-esteem of vulnerable groups. We are going to track our goals by analyzing reviews and submitting surveys to participants. And the main activities of the events are sports games and activities, educational workshop, music and networking, and one-to-one listening session with psychologists and experts. I thought we will have the time schedule, but it is designed to be applied for both a one-day event or a multiple-day event, so it's versatile. These activities are accessible to everyone, just as the facilities where the event will be held should be. In our event, there will be no prizes or winners because our goal is to people let them have fun and socialize. The tangible result that our project aspires to achieve is a methodological manual for organizing inclusive sporting events and recreational activities with accessible facilities for people with different kinds of abilities. The event will incentivize host territories to work to make all their facilities available. Other impacts that our projects will produce are an improved self-confidence among vulnerable individuals and equal opportunities for everybody in both society and the workplace. We want to promote the event and its values through social media and a website and through collaborations with media partners. Thank you for your attention. I would also like to thank our professor Barbara Mazza and also Gianangelo Boccuzzi for the precious support that he gave to us during the implementation of this project. So thank you.
Okay, hello to everyone. I want to thank first Gianangelo Boccuzzi for introducing us, and also thanks to our teacher, Professor Barbara Mazza, for this opportunity to be here. My name is Leonardo Giorno, and the team is composed by Alessio Mastropeto, Valentina Fortuna, Simona Mannella, Alessio Mariani, and Andrea Iozzi. We're truly happy to be here for present our ideas for the project. We choose the empowerment through sport because we think that nowadays it's really important to talk about inclusion, and in fact our analysis relieved the lack of inclusiveness for people with physical disabilities. At the same time, we lived gender discrimination for everyone who don't identify themselves in the bird gender. So we tried to mix both aspects and in a hypothetical event. For this reason, we identified the need to use a sporting event for as a catalyst to be inclusive for everyone. And in this case, we choose the swimming for a challenge to be more inclusive for everyone who likes swimming. And the name of the event, which is also the claim of this project, is the following: swimming without barriers, a dive into inclusiveness.
Her purpose is to develop an event inclusive for people with disabilities and non-binary people using technologies, social media, new infrastructures, and also a lot of forms of formation for coaches, for athletes, and also journalists. Our choice is to organize a swimming event because, first of all, we think that right now we don't have the right infrastructures, and for example, for non-binary people, because we don't have suitable locker rooms for them. And secondly, this sport has a lot of benefits for people with disabilities, and also we think that the spectator, they can feel not alone, and also maybe they can do these sports and get out of their comfort zone. We also introduce during the registration the opportunity to choose the no-binary categories and not only choose between male and female. And now Alessio will explain the characteristics of the event.
The event will take place between 15th and 16th June 2024 at the Foro Italico in Rome. And during the event, there will be mixed teams, for example, composed by people with disabilities and able-bodied too, all together. And they will be led and coached by an Olympic or also Paralympic athlete. Access to the event requires the payment of a ticket, and inside the location you can eat, drink, and find out about sports federations that integrate people with disabilities. And the first phase of our project involves the creation of an Instagram page, TikTok, and Facebook, and an event website. It is also important to sponsor the event in universities, schools, and sports federation, and it will be important to put up posters with our claim, a dive into inclusion. Numerous partners and sponsors will be involved during the promotion of the event, and press releases will be issued announcing the event and key information.
At the end of our research, we arrive at results and conclusion. The first one can be divided into tangibles and intangibles ones. The tangibles are the maintenance of the existing structure, the increase of jobs, more training about this team in schools and other institutions, and the announcement of the host city. The intangible ones are mainly cultural changes, a new sense of community, and a more inclusive society. On the other side, we have conclusions, and here we talk about the durable assets that could be useful to society and community of the host city, even after the end of the event. These durable assets are, first of all, the reproducibility of the project model in other events and other sports, the creation of new inclusive buildings, and at the end, the development of programs suited to the need of social outreach. Thanks for your attention.
Hello everyone,
We are Mattia, Valeria, and Veronica. And first of all, sorry for all of you because I know that my face is the last thing we will see in this event. So your last, the last thing you see will be me. So I'm sorry for this. First of all, we start from our idea. Our idea was we thought about what happened to that place that are like paradise in the summer and are full of tourists all the summer, but in the other season they are like sleepy cities. Like our friends say me, I should say that, but that is not a good word. So my friend says sleepy, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity. And first of all, we think to these cities, these areas that in winter or in autumn are lost. And we thought how to seasonizing these cities. So we have an idea to create a 3-day event that called a place in these areas in which we can use sport like something that can activate this city, and can give more energy to people and to this place. Just because in these areas also people, and especially young people, during winter have not so a large number of activities that they can do. So we thought to use sports to show how much sports are in the province of Ancona. If we, for example, call about the Conero area, that is the area that we use to take like an example in our project, and show how much sport that can be practicated for have a lot of activities in the winter or in autumn and other seasons. So, for example, windsurf, kitesurf, trekking, snorkeling, but also football, volleyball. So we thought to this event that can show these sports and how they can practice in all the seasons. We have 3 needs that we have to show to you. The first is the seasonizing of the area. The second one is to have a sustainable tourism. Because it's true that we have a summer full of tourists, but this tourism is not a friend about the sustainability of the park, of that area that are like paradise. And the third level is the sports culture in young people. Because like I said a few seconds ago, in this period there's not an high culture in the sports. So we have three goals. Our target are tourists in the summer, but also in the other season, and young people, in order to be able to start a sports culture in these young people. And then we have all these stakeholders that can be municipalities, owners of hotels and restaurants, administration, public bodies, etc. Now, our goals? Well, that will be promote an organization of off-season sports, teach how to organize events with all different sports in this area, also in other seasons that are not summer. The second goal is to promote a sustainable tourism during all the year and not also in summer. And the third one is to encourage physical and sporting activity among young people. All these activities can be reached by a full strong action. It can also be reached by creating 3 types of deliverables. The first one is about methodology. A manual for the citizens, for the administration, about how to create an event that involves sports during all the seasons that are not summer. The second one is a booklet that we can teach to all the owners of restaurants and hotels, to the tourists that can go in the future to the zone, to how to be a good tourist. Not also tourists, but good host. And the third one is about sport education, so create sports program that can be showed in the school, so increase the number of sports events in all the school. But this activity, this event, can also give us impacts for the future. For example, we can have an impact about a sustainable transport, because we can have a higher number of bus lines that can decrease the number of cars in the area, especially during summer. Then we can encourage a more sustainable tourism practice. So teach the tourists how to be host and not also tourists, and not to increase pollution or similar. And then we can increasing the awareness about the benefits of sports and of sports for an healthy body and mind. And so this is our event. We hope that you have liked it. I'm sorry for my English in the moment, but I am so tired, and I'm the only one, I think. And thank you so much, first of all, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for our teacher, Barbara Mazza, and for the support. Where is it? And she's here. And especially for Gianangelo Boccuzzi, hi. Why, I don't know why they are not here. Come here. No? Okay. They want my face has to be the last thing we will see, so okay. Thank you so much for all of you, and thanks also to the Sapienza Center here for have hosted us and all of us. Thank you.
So thank you very much to all of you. I kindly ask to our technician if you can display, please, also the first poster. To give the recognition of the first group. I'm so sorry, our bad, there was a problem of technicalities, but we have the proof of your hard work. Okay, so... It's going? Can they see them? A moment. Is this one still? Okay, in the meantime that they are fixing the technology. Huh? Yes, one more. Oh, applause! Applause for Sport Fest. I would like to thank all of you, first of all, for the dedication, and also for Dr. Gianangelo Boccuzzi, who has to run away because he has a train to catch. This is the reason why he doesn't want to come here on the stage, but thank you very much for mentor them and help them, you know. Here I think we are having a really footprint, because you were challenged to do a non-formal education within a ministerial program, and this is possible just thanks to the help of those, you know, open-minded people like the Professor Mazza. Come here now, come here, please. I still consider and call her my professor. So thank you very much. We have just to remind that this is only yesterday. Okay. Wow. Okay. I know that this is you're gonna get a mark for this, so it's part of the formal evaluation actually of the exam, and it's gonna be discussed on the 14th of December, where Gianangelo, I promise, will be present from the beginning till the really end. So big applause to all of you and congratulations. Here we have the certificates ready. So this is your official moment. You call them, right? Me. Gabriele Bonuccelli. Applause. Corretto.
An alias of Gianangelo, eh? I am only alias.
I go away. Go away. Maria, no, Maria Gianangelo.
Oh, Silvia Borsellino.
Congrats.
Giorgia Coppola. The past, the present and the future.
Yeah, okay, that was the aim. Okay. Very past in my case.
Ok. Paul Carbalan Giordana.
Okay. Thank you, in any case, for the contribution. She'll following us online. Yes.
Mattia Fazzone.
So they organized this. It was not. This was not written. This was also. This was only done because they don't want that we will need the last space. That we see. So, it is not possible to organize this last thing.
Ok.
Yes, you come back.
Valentina Fortuna. Ok.
Oh, picture, sorry.
Leonardo Giorno. Andrea Iozzi.
Online, thank you very much for your great work.
December. Un attimo, mi piace. Valentina Leonori.
She's here. We have Valentino. Valeria. Sorry.
Ciao Valletta. Occhiale. Ma glass. Juan Novo Mesa. Simona Mannella. Alessia Mariani.
Alessio.
Alessio Mariani.
Done. Hard work at the end of the day. Last drop of energy.
Alessia Mastro Pietro.
Corretto.
Veronica Altea Montesi. The last. Barbara Mazza.
Congrats! Applause to the prof!
Simona Spinelli. This work is very good, but I examine and 14 December. Good work.
The work is not over yet. Never ending deadline. Thank you very much for giving us this unique opportunity that is gonna replicate also with other students. This time is gonna be doctoral student at the University of Bologna. I would like to invite here, coming back to the topic of poster, Volkan, the other organizer.
I just want to say a few words about, in the academic session we opened call for papers and posters. As you realize, when I see as a student competition, congratulations, by the way, it was really good. But also we have downstairs in Social Clubhouse, you can see a few numbers, I mean, not so many, but as we discussed with my dean and team, we prolong, if you want to submit full text, especially you would like to submit, not abstract, as a full text, we postpone till June issue. So 2024, June, if you send, and after this evaluation, you will be having maybe one scientific academic research paper in an international journal. So this is the last reminder, and surprise also after Izmir, one more surprise. Thank you very much.
Now, where is Mattia? Last phase, ICSE 2023. I would like you to say two things, but you interpret what I'm telling you, okay?
Okay. See you next time here in the city that is Izmir. And now let's go, we want to be drunk. So, go!